Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, February 14th. I do believe that makes today Valentine's Day. We are also at the end of the 7 days of login for the second anniversary reward for me. You have until April 10th, certainly, to log in 7 separate days to get all these rewards. And we have the new Legend Anthology event happening right now, and there is apparently a vote. Let's see, what's funny is it says S and S here. I'm not sure what that what this would do. It's literally launched Twitter and just took it to the Twitter webpage, which I've been wondering about that as far as games and whether video games on Steam can embed like YouTube videos, or whether they can link to other websites or link to YouTube videos. And yeah, it seems like you probably can link to other things, whereas an Apple app very possibly won't be allowed to direct people to competing services of the App Store, which has been a major complaint, as Fortnite wasn't allowed to put in links to shift people to the Fortnite webpage to buy V-Bucks. Steam doesn't seem like it has that big of a deal. I'm not 100% sure if there's a scenario there, though, where you could straight up just buy like gems for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and not have that transaction go through Steam on the Steam version, but maybe it does. Steam probably makes so much money that it's not worth the negative press they would create if they said that all transactions have to go through Steam. Plus, it being a PC client, it would be hard to really work with that compared to the Apple App Store. On the other hand, the more open Android Google Play Store does not really lock people into having to put all the DLC purchases through the Google Play Store. You can very easily have side-loaded apps that have connected accounts to other services. Here we see IXOLOXOLOXI saying hello on the chat. Hello. So I guess not anything particularly amazing here. Yeah. At some time off screen, I almost want to click one of these. I'd probably click this just to see what the process really would be to purchase gems. But if I was going to do that, I probably would want to do it on a game I cared a little bit more about, and to do it do it on something that would reward you for your very first purchase in a game. It would have a first purchase bonus. And noticeably, that's another example of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel being very terrible about actually monetizing itself. So you have this weird catch-22 where, as a consumer, it's great that there really isn't any reason that you would ever buy gems. I wonder if this Elemental Hero Flame Wingman was a reward I could have earned somewhere else that I missed. But it also speaks inherently to the slight danger that at any point Konami could just lose interest in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel because it's just not making them enough money. And if you were a player, a non-free-to-play player, and you wanted to spend money and support Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you're not in a good position to really do it if you don't care about owning gyms to just open packs. There's no other rewards, really, that you can't just get by free-to-play playing. In fact, there's really no rewards that you can get outside of what you should be getting from free-to-play, grinding and doing daily quests. It's just more cards, and at the 2-year anniversary, at the moment, I have a pretty decent amount of cards for the average, or arguably less than what Konami would want, amount of gameplay I put into this game. Alright, so we're gonna do this deck, Elegant Hunt, which apparently is going to be a Harpy Ladies deck, and guess we can maybe show off the decks quickly by doing this. And yeah, that is, I guess, one way to highlight things and at least kind of know what we're doing here. Yeah, every single one of these cards is effectively, I think, this Swallow's Nest might be new, but I think the rest of these are all just Harpy Ladies cards that would have been in that first time in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime that you would have seen a Harpy Lady, with the exception of XYZ Beasts, which XYZ as a concept was not added until a later Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime series. So there were multiple seasons of the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime series with Yugi and Kaiba, and then there were several other continued series that they're not really celebrating or caring about. And I think there probably was this thought that they were going to create multi-generations of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans that would just be fans of the general concept of the card game and wouldn't really care about the characters. It may also be a fact that the animators that did the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Series probably wanted to animate in a more modern style, an edgier style, less kid-friendly, cartoony look at the very least. But it does create a weird situation where the Yu-Gi-Oh! Animes in their entirety are incredibly inconsistent. Okay, which one do we want to start with? I guess you summon this. Then I guess you do this. Harpy's Hunting Ground. Each one of these cards is like drawing in a new card, so let's start with the one that would give us Harpy's Hunting Ground. No, let's actually summon this. Then I think The idea is probably to toss this one. And then there's a lot of stuff going on here. Guess you destroy this? Tuner, non-tuner, or we could go to XYZ monsters. And then I don't think there's any other special summon here. And this is taking way too long. Sorry. So I'm just sitting here and being silent and really actually just overthinking all of this, I think. Yep. Okay, so let's catch up here. For the accountability section, I'm still playing Cracking the Cryptic. I have fully resolved to not go any further with Cracking the Cryptic past the free games. So their free sample has desold me on actually purchasing any DLC from them. That's for two very specific reasons. One, because the sample puzzles are way too hard and I don't have the skill set and experience to solve Sudoku puzzles in a reasonable amount of time. I'm taking anywhere between 2 to 10 times longer than Cracking the Cryptic themselves would have taken to solve, seems to have taken to solve some of the puzzles. Doing 150 minute, 180 minute long episodes. Just ridiculous. And that is so long that the thought in part that there would be the thought in part that I could do Sudoku puzzles instead of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I wouldn't have the timer as an issue is just completely out the window if solving even one Sudoku puzzle, at least at the extremely hard end of the scale that Cracking the Cryptic is offering, takes 3 hours. I can't have an entire live stream be just solving a Sudoku puzzle, because then there will be another 2 hours on top of that 3 hours of covering the news. The other reason why I've determined I'm not going to go any further with Cracking the Cryptic is that the handwritten notes that are written and often are the only notes that you can rely on when you do need a hint are just wrong in some places. There's typos, sometimes they say the wrong thing. A lot of times, probably more often than anything else though, they are just not formatted well. Like you'll have one sentence and then clearly the one sentence should have a hard break, and then there should be a double line spacing, and then the second sentence should happen. And instead it just continues and wraps around, and it's incredibly easy to misread the hints and get confused about what the hints are saying. There are a lot more problems with the hint system on top of that, in the fact that a lot of times the hints just jump a bunch of steps and there's no integration to the hints to the current state of the board. So it's not like setting up the state of the board that it should be, or checking to see if the board is in the proper state to start giving that hint. There are some optimizations that a digital version of Sudoku could have, where a lot of these difficult Sudoku puzzles end with you just having to solve the rest of the board with classic Sudoku. And I just don't see a reason for that to not be automated, to have just kind of like a secret flagged point where once you've solved all the difficult, more unique trickery of each individual puzzle, it would just have a point where it would go into an animation in a similar way that like FreeCell in Windows goes into an animation at the end once you have all the decks stacked, and you just get to watch the fanfare of the cards going into the final state in FreeCell. There is no sound effects at all in Cracking the Cryptic, but there's no animation or fanfare, which makes it barely better than doing Sudoku puzzles just on a website or with pencil and paper printed out. And there are actually still some limitations in Cracking the Cryptic in that you just cannot type notes. You can note numbers, but you can't note numbers quite as well as I would like to. I'd like to be able to click on every specific cell in the 9x9 grid and type in an actual text note with the keyboard, and then a little plus sign would appear in a corner, and then when I hovered over that plus sign, then it would pop up the note. But yeah, the hint system in particular has a major flaw in that when it's describing a position in the Sudoku grid, it goes row 1, column 5, or something like that. And so then it is doing, it types that in by saying R1 and then C5. And then sometimes it'll be talking about two columns at the same time, so it might be R1 C5/6, which then would be 2 spots. Well, the problem with that, and anybody who is familiar with any spreadsheet or grid system knows that it is way more common to just have the columns be letters and the rows be numbers. That helps avoid confusion and helps avoid dyslexic mistakes. It also reduces by half the amount of characters you actually have to type in there. So instead of saying R1 and then column 5, which would be like here, I guess, in Yu-Gi-Oh, you would just say 5B, half as many characters. I don't think I want to special summon this time. think I want to just keep everything as it is. Although that's probably a mistake. So yeah, for just a simplistic mistake to be made in how you're in describing the rows and columns just highlights how Cracking the Cryptic's web game really could use a hint writer, some kind of custom like educational writer to be hired to rewrite all the hints, to write more hints, or it needs a programmer to make the smart hint system always work. The smart hint system in Cracking the Cryptic fails almost every time. I mean, there are so many cases where it doesn't work that you will have to just use the handwritten hints. The smart hint system probably would always work if you're just playing classic Sudoku or if you were solving easier versions of Sudoku, which all those sampled puzzles really should just have easy versions where you start with the puzzle halfway finished with just some starting numbers like a regular Sudoku instead of all of the puzzles starting with no numbers. And I think that highlights a problem with Cracking the Cryptic's YouTube page, which this is a very small YouTube content creator criticizing a bigger content creator, since I have less than 1,000 subscribers and he has 500,000 subscribers. But I would say if the goal is to think of new and interesting Sudoku puzzles and just expand Sudoku and get more people doing Sudoku, his YouTube page and has gone off the rails for that goal, if that would be the goal, because it has turned into just trying to stump someone who is obviously a genius when it comes to solving Sudoku puzzles, and so the Sudoku puzzles are just being more and more difficult, and that just shifts the audience into an echo chamber that is just the small niche audience of Sudoku people who have been doing Sudoku every day of their life for years and are experts at it. Imagine, in comparison, if the jigsaw puzzle industry targeted only people who are the professional jigsaw solvers, people who can solve like a 500-piece puzzle in an hour, and people who are more than willing to buy 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 9,000 is the biggest number of jigsaw puzzle pieces I've seen available for sale. Puzzles that are 9,000 pieces selling for incredibly high prices at like $600 for a cardboard piece of cardboard. Pretty obviously, if you think about it, the jigsaw industry would not be able to maintain enough sales if they targeted that audience, when the real audience that jigsaw puzzle companies have to target are the 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds who are doing less than 100-piece puzzles and very simplistic puzzles, even if they have 100 pieces. That is the new generation that a company would have to have its focus on, so that you are continuously building and growing your audience, replacing people who get bored of jigsaws and stop doing jigsaws. Yeah, and so, yeah, that's where I think Cracking the Cryptic's YouTube page and their app is gone. Now I can sing their praises somewhat. That's yesterday for Valentine's Day they did announce some new puzzles that if you buy any of the DLC you'll get a Nut of Variety pack. But I have to say it is kind of crazy that the Cracking the Cryptic game on Steam is from 2022 and there really isn't that many puzzles available, and the DLC that is available is missing what is what you would expect should be there, as far as just it doesn't have a DLC for just doing classic Sudoku puzzles, and it doesn't have a DLC for doing specific variants. There's no crop key DLC if you just like crop key variant. There's no killer variant. Instead, what they did before, Studio Goya, the publisher of Cracking the Cryptic game, sold individual games called Classic Sudoku, Killer Sudoku. It's a mistake to keep those games on Steam and not instead integrate them all into one app called Cracking the Cryptic, just copying the puzzles over, or at the very least have DLC so that all the puzzles in Classic Sudoku are available for purchase in Cracking the Cryptic, and you could double dip. And there would be some people that would say, hey, I'll just do these puzzles a second time in Cracking the Cryptic, so it's all in one location. But I definitely feel like this is a case. Which one would be more important to return to the hand? This one? So yeah, that's what I've been doing as far as making footage. You may have also noticed, if you're subscribed to me, that I did some scheduling, and there's still some YouTube shorts that need to be made, and YouTube and scheduling that needs to happen. I'm always inherently bad about actually scheduling videos. And then there were no clips in the last stream because whatever tweak I made didn't work. So I'm still working on that as a concept, and it didn't seem to really affect my video by it not having clips enough to make me think clips actually changed anything. Like, the original video that I actually did make clips on still seems to have no views on any of the clips, which is not super surprising, but the numbers and the views were high, and I don't know if that isn't just a case that I got lucky. It is very much a story, and if you follow YouTube content creators, you've heard this story before. I had one video that got like 40 or 50 views. I had the next video that was being reported as having 150 views, and then it magically turned down to 8 views, and then the next video got like 38 views. So it does seem like there's something weird going on there, and I don't know if that something weird is that bots sometimes just randomly choose to watch videos, and YouTube correctly catches those bots, or if the YouTube algorithm isn't just straight up cheating, which I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube monetization and YouTube algorithm is just straight up cheating. I would prefer them cheat in the other direction like everybody else does, the number of views, for instance on Twitter, seem to be insanely high because anybody scrolling down their feed is counted as a view, so they're confusing the idea of impressions with actual views. But yeah, I would definitely like YouTube to cheat more as far as in the favor of content creators so that they would feel better. It would be a better system, frankly, if they lied to everybody who is a YouTube content creator and told them they got 10 times as many views as they actually did, and then just generally increase the monetization requirements by 10,000. Anyways, just dealing in bigger numbers. Nobody likes that single digit. And that's why in video games, you very rarely see a single digit coming into play. People like at least 10 or higher. And I imagine that wraps kind of directly into human childhood, that they have 10 fingers, so 10 is a number they can count to, but if you get above 10, that's a big number, and that requires more thinking. The other non-video game thing I did is I watched Has Been Hotel on Amazon Prime Video. I also watched the movie Strays, which is a very raunchy comedy about a pack of dogs that they do a kind of bad job of setting up at the beginning where it's going to end, but at the end, it's only a slight spoiler to say that the main protagonist dog bites the dick off of his abusive owner and turns into a street gang type dog, a lovable street gang type dog. Wow, I can't even play Harpy's Feather Duster here. That would have been so helpful if I could. This is a great example of what not to do. Don't fill in all 5 of your spots. If they're not afraid of 1 trap card, they're not going to be afraid of 4 trap cards. Or 5 trap cards. Might as well just let it in. The first thing I'll say about Has Been Hotel on Amazon Prime is make sure you select the audio settings correctly. It is a musical comedy, is described as a musical comedy, and it has one character in particular that has a low fidelity radio style of voice, which that low fidelity radio style of voice will wreak havoc on any kind of audio dialogue boost. So make sure you're in the TV of your you check in the menu of your TV, and you check in the audio selection of Amazon Prime to make sure it is just the language, not medium or high dialogue boost. It will be very noticeable if that's not the case, where all of a sudden halfway through a song, a couple sentences into a song, the dialogue will drop quite a bit because the dialogue boost is confused. And so that made such a bad situation for me that I really am probably going to go back and rewatch Has Been Hotel from beginning to end. It's only about 8 episodes because I only figured out to turn off the dialogue boost at the near the end. Then my second warning, and this is the more obvious one that people will probably talk about as far as Has Been Hotel, is that Has Been Hotel follows a apocryphal, as in not really in line with biblical understanding, version of heaven and hell, where you're following the daughter of Lucifer trying to create a hotel to rehabilitate sinners so that they can go to heaven. And the main reason for this is because heaven is on a frequent basis sending angels down to hell and murdering the residents of hell in what seems like some kind of weirdly permanent state. So there's several things there that would be apocryphal as far as just can a sinner redeem themselves and get to hell. The entire series is about redemption, and then would residents of heaven or angels actively antagonize and go and kill people, or can souls in hell die some kind of second death? And it's very much a case that the daughter of Lucifer, Charlie, she's called Charlie Morningstar, is the protagonist, and the sinners in hell are the good guys, and Adam, the first man, somehow became an angel, which is also apocryphal, and or at least looks and acts like an angel, and everybody is depicted, the angels in particular, are depicted fairly weirdly. This is all based off of like a YouTube series that's been around for a long time. I've been hearing a lot about Hazbin Hotel, and the art will look very similar to the spin-off series Hell of a Boss, set in the same universe with different characters. But yeah, it was very ambitious, certainly, to try and take Hazbin Hotel and bring it to actually even being an animated series. In previous decades, it would have maybe been one of these short-run series that would have appeared on Adult Swim. It is very much adult, too, beyond the apocryphal, if you don't really care too much about what people might describe as incredibly inaccurate biblical fiction or blasphemy, for sure. The amount of sex and drugs, and weirdly no rock and roll in hell. The rock and roll comes from actually Adam and the angels. The musical songs sung by the hell recipients are frankly more show tune type songs, or musical Disney type songs. But yeah, a ton of sex, drugs, and alcohol to just kind of describe, and violence, the sinners, and show the sinners what they're still doing. But you have to have that premise if you're going to have something for them to redeem themselves from. One major character in particular in Hazbin Hotel is named Angel Dust, and he's effectively a prostitute who is being controlled by a pimp in the series, and is just addicted to drugs and a dangerous lifestyle, and addicted to sex. I'm sure people would say that too. Maybe not so much the sex, but he's doing a heck of a lot of it, and filming porns in hell, which is weird. Yeah. It definitely is not your typical depiction of hell, where it's just a lake of fire, or 7 layers of Dante's Inferno, or anything like that, where you're just infinitely being tortured. It is much more of a mob town run by different overlords that where people are indulging in alcohol and drugs and sex quite a bit. Which really makes Charlie Morningstar, your main protagonist, just seem completely out of place, because she comes off as being saccharine sweet, who would never engage really in any of that. And I guess technically, if she is the daughter of, she's supposed to be the daughter of Lilith and Lucifer, and Lucifer would have been an angel, so there might be a difference there. But apocryphally, Lilith is the mother of all demons and monsters. Yeah. Which one do I want to summon up? I think I want to summon this one. So if you're willing to go on that journey and you know that it is very much TVMA, there is no wiggle room here, I don't think, if you're even slightly conservative or religious parent, you would want your 16 or even 18-year-old to openly watch it in front of you. In fact, I could criticize Has-Been Hotels being overly grotesque or gratuitous for not much of a payoff, when clearly their main focus is that they're trying to tell a narrative that will get to a song, and the songs are fine, but they're not great. And that is a problem with any kind of musical endeavor in the first place, is that it's just potentially very likely that the songs aren't going to catch on and aren't going to hit. With the exception of like Andrew Lloyd Webber, and I think the other group was Simon and Schuster, but that may not actually be their name. With the exception of those two playwrights, composers, people who make songs, it's a fairly inconsistent history of writing good songs, or consistently writing good songs. And in fairness, Andrew Lloyd Webber, which I'm most familiar with, definitely has a system down that lets him make decent songs, and that he repeats the songs twice, so he's only writing half as many, so they'll be twice as good. Almost every song, every musical, like Phantom of the Opera, has the same song at the beginning, and then the song potentially repeated at the third act, and then the song also is often sung in part as a medley in the finale. And if it is something like the Phantom of the Opera song, Phantom of the Opera, they sing that potentially multiple times at the end, parts of it. And it doesn't hit as hard, I think, when you have animated cartoon characters singing, even though that you know there's a human voice actor behind it. It just doesn't hit as hard as singers on the stage singing. And I think part of that too is that theatrical actors have that theater voice, where they're kind of more used to being on stage and not having a microphone in front of them, so they sing from deep down in their chest and sing louder and bolder, whereas voice actors just have a microphone in front of them and they can't blow out the microphone singing, so it takes more effort to get to that. All those caveats aside, though, I enjoyed Has Been Hotel. It ends well enough, but it also leaves itself claiming for a continuation. I would say the initial premise is not resolved in the way I would have liked to see it resolved at the end of the first season, and that's to try and be as spoiler free. The initial premise is that Charlie is looking for a non-aggressive way to conflict resolve, and instead of finding that, or that even really being an option, the last episode is really just a very aggressive way to conflict resolve. But yeah, you can tell those kinds of stories, but that doesn't really resolve the premise. And it, by the end of the first season, it does kind of throw out the whole premise in particular, to the point where by the end of the first season, the idea of the Has Been Hotel is going to shift quite a bit and not really be around rehabilitating yourself exclusively. I don't think I watched anything else, and I will say it's kind of disappointing that there isn't more of Has Been Hotel. It's disappointing that if I was going to watch Hell of a Boss, I'd have to go to their YouTube channel and watch it in pieces instead of watching it in a series. I don't think you can watch the entire series of Hell of a Boss on YouTube, or the entire season 1 of it. So it does kind of create this situation that's always been there, but it is always really more difficult for animated content in general. Yeah, and that there's just always going to be this major delay. Yeah, there's always going to be a major delay between animated things. We see the same problem with Rick and Morty. The only people who have ever really succeeded in getting around that is like South Park, and they do that by, frankly, having the animations be really weird and different. Do we want to summon anything here? Short of a one-turn kill. I should try Harpy Conductor at some point. See if that's better. At the very least, it'll get some special summons done here. Shuffling things back from the graveyard into your hand. And I guess drawing a card. I haven't activated that many traps lately. Yeah. Inherently, this is still the problem with just any form of entertainment. But even a great series falls apart if it doesn't have a decent ending. In my book, I would say anime box sets address that probably a lot, and some of them do it fairly well. Particularly if you're following a manga that just goes on forever, or an anime series that goes on forever, but a lot of them also just get canceled abruptly as far as anime series go. And the anime content creators have gotten pretty good about wrapping things up by the end of the season well enough. But also anime has that unique situation where you can read the manga, whereas Has Been Hotel Season 2 exists in some form on YouTube, but I bet Season 2 also ends on a continuation, because I do think I saw on Wikipedia that they were hoping for 4 seasons, which also speaks to how lowered the standards are, that 4 seasons with only about 8 episodes, because you're doing a song an episode. I would say the songs are holding you back at that point. But yeah, I definitely would have appreciated if Has Been Hotel had dropped and it was all 4 seasons produced and ready to go. But that won't happen. The only way you could even do something like that is if you were to, say, like remaster all the Looney Tunes, and then drop them and buy yourself enough buffer time to secretly work on projects so that they're completely finished before it airs. Of course, TV and movie productions are in a very bad state for that to actually happen when you have like Wile E. Coyote versus Acme. Soon, it is rumored, is soon going to be completely deleted from their servers, and so that an entire finished movie is just going to be deleted from society. And it feels like there should be a law, or the Library of Congress should step in and say, no, you have to give us a copy of that for historic reasons, or you have to make that public domain instead of deleting it, and we'll let you claim it as a loss on your taxes if that's really all you're trying to do here. I also suspect, though, as far as in the case of that movie, that it's actually a very rough, before a lot of animation and stuff has been done, cut, and they are just straight up lying about it being a finished movie. That this is frankly some kind of scheme to defraud the US government and cut your taxes. That they just paid somebody very little to make an ash can, effectively, is what they would call it, an ash can product. Something that you would just claim copyright on, then burn in an ash can. That's what they used to do with comics. And even that phrase doesn't really mean what it sounds like. So yeah, I've probably just been rambling here, trying to wake up. I'm still very inconsistent on my sleep schedule, and the Sudoku game, Cracking the Cryptic, has not helped in that way at all. Constantly, I'm trying to make 3 or 4 episodes, and I will get into the second episode, and I'll already be very idled and just crazed, for lack of a better term. As far as I'm half asleep and just not alert and ready to talk and play high difficulty level of Sudoku. Yep. Clearly, if I found a Sudoku game that was just incredibly casual and brainless, approaching something like a clicker game, I might have had a completely different experience. Yeah, and that's definitely what Cracking the Cryptic needed in its puzzles and its sample puzzles. There needed to be about 10 easy and medium puzzles to work my way up to a hard puzzle. And then after doing a hard puzzle, there should be about 10 easier or medium puzzles to just have some falling action before the next bit of rising action with another difficult puzzle. Cracking the Cryptic is 100% rising action. It's just the first puzzle took me 80 minutes, the second puzzle took me 150 minutes. Every puzzle further got more and more cryptic and difficult. And so I'm having to just up my game just to maintain 150 and 80 minute episodes and not fall into making 200 or more minute episodes. So let's start talking about video game news here. Let's see. The executive editor of Polygon, Chelsea Stark, is saying that they're looking for a games editor if you wanted to work at Polygon. I'm not gonna dissuade somebody. I would say always investigate your employee in any situation. There's been a lot of hate around Polygon, and I think some of it is fairly deservedly so. Personally, but yeah, it is potentially a job if you think you could get it. But the mainstream video game journalists in general tend to hire internally, so I would think what is going to happen here is that you'll hear somebody else from some other industry stepping up into that position. It's remote, but it's also US only, which seems weird. Seems weird that you're saying US only. And then inherently in mainstream video game journalism, which is something that I question if it even needs to exist, and certainly I think shouldn't exist in its current state, which is an easy statement to make at any point in time. Excuse me. That there's definitely going to be a push further and further towards using AI and scripting to make articles, and I wouldn't be surprised if this game editor is going to heavily be involved in that, where you're just going to edit AI generated articles to make them look like a human wrote them and that they're somewhat factually accurate. Games editor at Polygon is also fairly high up there. That is going to be somebody who controls what the headlines say and controls the narrative, if they want to control the narrative, which I imagine Polygon is going to want to control the narrative on every headline, and effectively create and maintain the feel of all of the articles that get published on Polygon. Moving on, there's been, it's the month of February, it's Valentine's Day. There's been a massive amount of people who have put out Valentine's Day cards, and we'll go through all of them, but I'm going to stay at the front that I saw only maybe 3 video game companies that I follow and would see on Twitter mention Black History Month. They have really not done anything other than mention Black History Month. So Black History Month seems to be pretty much something they don't care about. I'll leave it at that. Which you could have attributed that to just a general nobody's on Twitter anymore and everybody's leaving Twitter, except for the fact now, in contrast, we have a whole bunch of Valentine's Day cards. I would assume that these video game Valentine's Day cards that are just pictures that I imagine nobody really is printing out and giving to anyone, and are almost certainly just waste of an artist's time, although artists may have some extra time, so it might just be a fun little side project. In the case of these cards, I think they pretty much just green screened some sprites they already had from some of their games and added some fairly basic text and a to from. Yeah. But yeah. As we look at the Valentine's Day cards, I want to point out that you're effectively doing this in spite or in the shadow of you not celebrating Black History Month, which, okay, that's the line, or that's their decision, but it's a decision every person needs to evaluate, really, as far as how you feel about that. Sure, there's probably a lot of companies that have very limited numbers of holidays that make sense for them to advertise. I would argue video game companies shouldn't probably advertise even Valentine's Day, but it's not like it's a video game holiday in any way. Very rarely would you hear a story of a couple buying each other video games instead of the flowers and chocolates. We may see a shift in future years where more general gifts are given on Valentine's Day instead of just the superficial flowers and chocolates. But yeah, it is really not video game related, and you have to also admit that the video game industry is incredibly asexual as an industry. There is no other way to describe them. Like, the ESRB has created a culture, and the fear of lobbyist groups and just general Karens and complainers, as far as the hot coffee mod and sex, has made anything romantic and anything sex just be almost completely absent in video games, which inherently pushed video games to be more violent. which then inherently just allows for the NRA and other lobbyist groups to say video games are full of violence, which creates this catch-22 where you can't have sex in your video games or romance, really, and you can't have violence in your video games, which then, if that's making a very narrow window of interesting video games that you could make. And certainly that is not the limitations from which any other industry has to really follow. You can totally have sex and violence in movies and TVs. Strays is an adult comedy about dogs, and in there they are humping and having sex with things, and they are incredibly violent at the end. Has-Been Hotel has a lot of sex in it and a lot of violence in it, and I bet very few people even complain about it, because I think it's pretty obvious even from the beginning what it's going to be about. In part, I think it is the game industry's own fault for not sticking to its guns more, but yeah. We can't get out of it easily. There is still the perception that video games are for kids, when the average gamer is probably about 28 now. And weirdly, we've seen a couple stories, at least one story, that says the new generations of kids don't even want romance in movies anymore, or TV. The entire generations are either getting their fill of that somewhere else, or they aren't just as repressed, so they feel like they can deal with romance later, at a later time, and don't need it in their forms of entertainment. Pretty obviously, movies like Porky's were super popular when they came out because there was just a massive amount of repression at the time. Or it could be a case that there's just a lack of desire to have romantic interest in the younger generations because they know they can't afford to have kids, and they don't believe in that lie of the American dream of getting married and having 2.5 kids and owning a house and then retiring at 62 or 60, whatever Social Security was originally. But I'm supposed to be talking about Valentine's Day. So here's PAX. PAX seems to have decided to just year-round have a weird rainbow-colored flag, although I would argue that they're changing the flag stripes so much that it almost feels like it's a subverted intention here, and that each color of the rainbow in a pride flag is supposed to represent different types of people, where this feels like this is merging all of the people into one big black blob. I'd also say that their icons here are pretty bad, in that there isn't a cutout for the P or the A. But PAX has instead to announce an official Discord. They aren't doing anything for Valentine's Day. I would like to see all websites, Twitter, X, whatever, included, either embrace the idea that you have to keep your profile picture, or you should keep your profile picture similar very commonly, and not just swap it out to show some shallow support for some cause, or just do what Facebook does, which is you can temporarily change your profile picture to show support, and you can just support causes in general. Now, YouTube Gaming on Twitter is an interesting thing. They are one of the few people that have a banner here for Black History Month, and it's still here on February 14th. But YouTube Gaming inherently doesn't have any of its own original content, and is always desperate to get views. So instead, they're straight up just using a Nintendo Pikmin character, and YouTube Gaming almost certainly is big enough to get away with that, but it would be funny certainly if Nintendo sent a DMCA down. This creator Candy Hearts here might be original content. I didn't even see that one. The creator logo in the form of a heart. It's a very sharp heart though. Like, hearts should be smooth and rounded. They shouldn't be sharp edged where you can get hurt by them. The visual metaphor, I think, is pretty bad. Yeah. And otherwise, YouTube Gaming still is very much not saying anything important. Koei Tecmo has original art here from Fate Samurai Remnant that says choose your Valentine. Maybe there's some more Valentine stuff that they have. The YouTube Partner Program had an article and a picture here, spread loves to your viewers, or a tweet. But they are heavily encouraging the idea of content creators sending forms of love to their viewers, which there really isn't a good system there. If I could bribe my viewers with anything, if a content creator in general could bribe their viewers with anything, wouldn't we all be doing that? Like, I could see if you were big enough to really have memberships, you could give away free memberships to a random percentage of your followers. But that would be about the only thing. And that would still just be an encouragement to make followers pay for membership overall. And we're nowhere to the point where it would kind of make sense that if you had something like a YouTube Premium, you would get one free membership that you could gift to somebody else, or one free membership that you could use on a content creator. It also, certainly the idea of spreading love to your viewers is somewhat dangerous, knowing how there's always going to be a fandom of crazy people if you're a big enough content creator that may think that you do have some kind of relationship that is way deeper and more emotional than it really is. You really should, as a content creator, try your best to keep viewers in the appropriate position, or at least an arm's length away from you. You shouldn't try and pretend like you're best friends and that you're having a back to forth conversation. That just really cannot happen on YouTube. You can have chats certainly during an individual live stream, but or even multiple live streams, but yeah, you're talking publicly in front of other people. You're not having a deep personal conversation one-on-one with people. And it's easy to forget that on both sides. Team Nicholas has a Valentine's Day card. It seems like they spent a decent amount of work to do the art here. This is the developer and co-publisher and publisher of Cave Story Plus and the Binding of Isaac series, Crystal Crisis and more. Which they could have tried to make a Binding of Isaac Valentine's Day card, but it would have been rough visuals, almost certainly. I think Mega Crit, which is the indie devs that made Slay the Spire, had some Valentine's Day cards here that include some of their characters. And weirdly, Mega Crit, as a much smaller developer, seems to put a lot more work into it than the other one, where the text was too simplistic in the other one. I just really question whether kids are doing anything at all around Valentine's Day these days. Like whether I know schools are forcing, pretty much all schools in the United States are forcing everybody to give cards to everybody, or more likely they're trying to force kids to not give cards to anybody. But I imagine that's where it's going, is that eventually they'll just straight up ban bringing of Valentine's Day cards, which might make it cool again to give Valentine's Day cards in secret. I would encourage any kid of any generation, though, to engage with Valentine's Day, go through the motions, try to be a normal human being and have normal human being experiences. Start working on the process of relationships. It makes a lot more sense to be a jerk and overreact to things when you're a 10-year-old or 12-year-old and you're having those puppy love boyfriend girlfriend type experiences when there really is not any real chance of sex to be involved. You're just hanging out with each other, playing video games, watching TV, and just calling each other boyfriend girlfriend. But yeah, getting the emotional stuff sorted out during puberty in particular, which then you can just blame it on puberty, is way better than really having no relationship skills at all at age 25 and getting into your first relationship and just expecting the relationship to go perfectly like you've seen it on TV without there being any conflict at all or any struggle there. Relationships take work, and practice is a good thing. Of course, parents don't want their 10-year-olds to go around saying they have a girlfriend, usually, and parents often don't want their kids to know that even dating is a thing until they're 18 years old, and then they're supposed to magically be good at it at that point. It's ridiculous, but somewhat understandable, the parents' discomfort around it, their kids growing up. Moving on, Insomniac Games still has their logo for Black History Month, which is pretty much all I think they've done around that. And then I thought they had some Valentine's Day cards, but nope, they're just promoting Spider-Man still. I guess I was wrong about that one. This will be the last game I play. Like, we're not making as much progress as I'd like, but that's always the problem, is that I'd always like to make more progress, and it's just slow with these events. Even if you're doing fairly well, I think this Harpies Lady deck actually worked pretty good here. It's not Zodiac Tri-Brigade levels where you're almost guaranteed a win every 50 to 60% of the time, but it is also nowhere close to the either impossible to figure out at first glance decks that other festivals often force you to try, or the loner decks that are just incredibly complicated and have only deep strategies that require playing the exact correct cards. This one, it seems like you can do pretty well by just summoning Harpy's Ladies. Minecraft's subsidiary of Microsoft had some Valentine's Day cards here, although I haven't seen Microsoft Valentine's Day cards, which these artistically look really good. I would suspect that these Valentine's Day cards aren't too far off from ones that are actually sold in paper products in stores. So for a game like Minecraft, it would be very easy to just make digital versions of either last year's print versions or this year's print versions. But yeah, there's not really that much work that has to be done here, but they did it well by having the official Minecraft logo and then having a pixely effect with some backgrounds of some trees and X's, and then having a Minecraft font that seems very recognizable, and then having some pixely image in the middle. They make a 3D tilt effect on this model, and then slightly different background pattern here. So you're having consistent imagery and not just a solid imagery. You're moving some blocks around. Here you have some eyes of India in the background. Yep. So it's not like they're spending way too much time on it, but they did put enough time into it to make it feel good enough. I suppose also I've been talking about like dating and romance and kids. Valentine's Day definitely to me seems like it's a kids event and something that maybe people in relationships as adults still pay some lip service to, but clearly it's supposed to be to make kids think about dating, first and foremost with the Valentine's Day cards. Did we get all the daily quests done? We didn't activate any trap cards. So I think I lost my train of thought there. Yeah. The video games definitely in their Valentine's Day cards seem like they're targeting kids too. I doubt any average adult gamer, any 25-year-old is going to give just printed out or digital email versions of Valentine's Day cards exclusively. They may do it as an extra thing. Now weirdly though, there isn't any like sales. Like we'll see if there's a Valentine's Day like 1 to 3 day sale on Steam. And I know that there's been a couple games that have been given away through slickdeals.net, but I don't think those really are connected to Valentine's Day either. Bethesda has this logo, which means nothing to me, and then their headline here is promoting Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. But they did make some Hi-Fi Rush Valentine's Day, which this is by far the best amount of polish I've seen. Let's see, it's the exact same hearts but with different backgrounds behind it. So you make a background layer of pointillized color, and then you change the main protagonist and it's even the same voice box in the same thing here. So you do this to and from box once, you do this this heart layers once, you make the background once, and then you can shift it with a filter to different colors, and then you just write some text. You have a good font, nice and big, and then you take existing art assets, and that gets you for really good looking Valentine's Day. And I guess 4 is the number that they seem to be focusing on. We also have an Indiana Jones advertisement, and it's fairly blatant here. And then we have a mud crab from, I guess, Fallout, Valentine's Day. And then I don't even know where this is from. I would have to assume that this might be from like Arcane Studios' Vampire game. But it might be from a might be from, I don't know where it'd be from. I don't know who this character is, but I would just suspect it's like Starfield. Yeah, at Starfield. Here is New Vegas. And then that's it. But that's quite a lot of extra work from Bethesda. A lot more Valentine's Day cards than you would expect. And I can't help but suspect that it is the case that these animators and people are just stopping work to make Valentine's Day cards and take Valentine's Day off. And I'm trying to cover all the Valentine's Day art at once here, and then I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll continue with the news. So here you have Team Meat from Super Meat Boy type Valentine's Day. Injustice 2 Mobile, which either needs a lot more support for the fact that it's still around, or is surprising that it is still around, has put out pictures and advertisements for their game for Valentine's Day, but there's nothing here that really makes this look like a Valentine's Day card. It just looks the same as this one, and it is showing off an image. At least this one from February 10th said Happy Lunar New Year and has a dragon in it. I wonder if they've actually said anything else recently as far as adding. Yeah, Kingdom of Madness solo raids were added February 8th, so this mobile game, Injustice 2 Mobile, seems to be getting some support still. I imagine the Injustice fighting game will not come back, but it definitely could be. Who knows? AT&T owns Warner Brothers now, so they could do anything, and it's not like people are particularly interested in Mortal Kombat 1 as a fighting game. I think the fighting game community is just small in general, and there's too many fighting games being made too often. Here we have Sonya Blade. I believe this is supposed to be the new Sonya Blade. This might actually be the daughter of Sonya Blade. There was a short forum there where on Reddit where somebody was talking about Anita Sarkeesian and her being around for like Feminist Frequency Project theoretically being around for 10 years now, and that the video game industry still is somewhat being affected by ideas that she spouted. Whether or not you agree with those ideas being accurate, you can't deny their impact. And that shifted to Sonya Blade as a character and how the fighting game community seemingly, and this is just people on Reddit talking to each other, they seem to lose interest in Sonya Blade. in fairness, I do think that the Mortal Kombat series did lose interest in Sonya Blade, where she was the main female fighter that you would name if you were trying to name a female fighter. And remember, from Mortal Kombat 2 or Mortal Kombat 3, she was the focus. And some of the reason why the people on Reddit were chatting there is they said, well, as soon as they started dressing Sonya Blade more in military outfits and less in skimpy outfits, people lost their interest. And the reply to that was that they also changed her fighting style, and that also would have caused people to lose interest. Inherently, and you see this in like wrestling too, WWE wrestling, any kind of fighting sport, UFC is another great example. Karate, any time you have karate presentation, you tend to have the fighters showing as much skin as possible and not be just in like military padding and armor. And in part that is to just titillate, but in part it is also to show off the physique and the effort they put into their bodies, the muscles and the moves, and how the moves are going when you're throwing a punch or a kick in a fighting stance. If UFC, instead of having them in just like boxing shorts and usually shirtless if they're men, or just like basically bras if they're women, like if they were in instead karate gis covering up most of their body, UFC would probably be less interesting to look at visually. Inherently, any kind of fighting, whether in video games or otherwise, is in part gawking at a human body and form. And yeah, it's not like Mortal Kombat isn't still leaning on Sonya Blade as a main female protagonist. Mortal Kombat Onslaught, though, in particular, was the one to tweet this out, not Mortal Kombat proper. And then Alone in the Dark, a horror game, which is an odd choice, needs to promote themselves, so they've made a very fancy looking Valentine's Day card. Although the definition of what makes a Valentine's Day card, I think, is fairly stretched a lot when it's just digital images, because there isn't a to and a from here. So, and you're just not going to print these out. It's crazy, I would say it's partially crazy, that we don't have a situation where looks like Hi-Fi Rush had even more cards. It's crazy that we don't have a situation where printing has been evolved in any way, so you could just print out hard stock Valentine's Day card on your home printer, and I imagine we're not going to have any more Hi-Fi Rush Valentine's Day cards. Just print them out at home and hand them to people, or that we can't have more direct printing. Here we have an interesting Compulsion Games advertising their game South of Midnight, which I don't believe is out yet. And they have, where'd they go? Where those Valentine's Day cards? I just scrolled down and saw them. They have these, but that's not what I just saw. These are very simplistic, but they would work. And then a repost of somebody else's Valentine's Day cards. So I think maybe they took down the one I was gonna talk about as I was scrolling downward. must have reloaded. That is weird. Yeah, that certainly speaks to the fragileness of the internet. Acquire games, and I imagine there will be even more of this. See, particularly this is a problem with Twitter, is that it reloads on this X and just decides to reload, and whatever you see the second reload may be just different than what you saw. Inherently, that's a problem in particular for like historical reasons. If you wanted to create a snapshot of what a page looked like even once a day, there's no guarantee you would see anything that is consistent. Well, doesn't seem like there was a Valentine's Day card on this page. Gamatsu, I don't think has any Valentine's Day cards. I must have probably just opened this mistakenly. Gamatsu would really just be reprinting and retweeting other people's Valentine's Day cards. I know the Japanese might go heavy with Valentine's Day cards for their games, but I actually haven't seen any of that so far, so I guess maybe I'm wrong about that thought. This isn't Valentine's Day related, but we'll cover it now anyways. Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remaster. Arguably, there's some thought that it used AI upscaling, but it seems like it did a pretty good job. There is still definitely some major problems with the tank controls, though, of the original Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3. The remastered visuals help a little bit, and I think it has a slightly new controlling scheme, but I'm not sure that that's really good enough. And then the fighting and the side flipping and shooting guns in Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 would still be a hassle. So it didn't remake those games, and those games really are at the point where they need to be remade, and a full-on reboot needs to happen again, and just the smallest bit of storyline from 1, 2, and 3, which there probably isn't even that much storyline in 1, 2, and 3, need to be recovered, or they could just be ignored forever. But the biggest thing here is Crystal Dynamics has condemned the offensive depictions of people and cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices that were in Tomb Raider 1 and 3 remastered, and says the stereotypes portrayed are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align with their values. Which the exact image here, let's just get it bigger if it is slightly bigger. This game is a collection. In the games in this collection contain offensive depictions of people and cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices. These stereotypes are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align with our value in Crystal Dynamics. Rather than removing this content, we have chosen to present it here in its original form, unaltered, in the hopes that we may acknowledge its harmful impact and learn from it. Which, that is a fairly harsh statement, but it's not censorship so much as it is just adding your opinion on top of it. And I wouldn't say adding an opinion on top of something or adding context to something is in any way really censoring anything. Censoring, in my mind, really has to be a reduction of content, not an addition of content. Perhaps if you added a disclaimer like this before every single cutscene in Tomb Raider, then I would call that extreme and an attempt at censorship. Or if you had a skip button and you heavily encourage people to skip, then that would perhaps be a little too extreme. The weirdness on this, though, is I just don't know what they're on about. Like, I personally haven't played Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, but I've been following the video game industry for a very long time, and there's never been a discussion here of those kinds of elements being in Tomb Raider 1 and 2 and 3 to any real level that people were finding that offensive. The discussion has always been around sexism, and that Lara Croft is just a blonde bimbo, or at least there's this thought that Lara Croft is supposed to depict a blonde bimbo with big boobs, when really she's never really been written that way. So it seems like that is just that seems really just weird. And here you're having someone arguing that the way wording here is just really weird. And so they're suggesting this person, there's a voice actor, says it should have read, "This game is a collection containing potentially harmful depictions of people and cultures." And harmful as a phrase is a question that certainly could be debated. I'm not going to try and debate it at the moment, but like, how is it harmful in a work of fiction to depict people anyway? I mean, it's propagating stereotypes, I guess, maybe, that could be considered harmful. Most people would probably consider that harmful. Yeah, potentially not in the top here. These stereotypes today are considered harmful and do not reflect our values at Crystal Dynamics. Where this is, these stereotypes are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align. This really does, as a statement, come out way too harsh. And then it says, rather than removing the content, the suggested text here, as we have chosen to present the games in their original form in the hopes that we may acknowledge how they were a product of their time and learn from it moving forward. Which, the unaltered word here is probably helpful, because people don't want their games altered. Yeah. Here we have somebody, I guess, getting more to the details. When you Google what South Pacific Islanders look like in tribes, they were close. I'm not understanding the incorrect depictions. So if this is the complaint, here is a Google image of people look seemingly in traditional dress for tourism. So maybe they're just dressing up in a fake way for tourism, because you can definitely see that there are some white people in the background taking pictures and filming. And then, yeah, I definitely feel like I've seen South Pacific Islanders dressed like this. Well, I'm pretty sure I've seen The Rock dressed like this. That doesn't seem that inaccurate to me. There's slightly different clothing here, and there's a skull that they're wearing over their head, and that doesn't seem that inaccurate. There's basically the same outfit, and then this guy has rings in his nose. So instead of feathery hats and no rings in any noses here, it doesn't seem offensive to me. Like, they really should have, if they want to bring up this message, they really should be able to back it up. And yeah, and here's somebody just memeing with another response. So really, this is an example of one of the almost constant non-controversies, and you get way more people who will angrily slap back and meme, and instead of people actually agreeing with you. And if anything, I guess that just highlights how people at Crystal Dynamics are hearing different types of messages from their peers in the game industry compared to the messages you would hear online as far as reactions to it. Yeah. Somebody's suggesting maybe it's when you find... This doesn't look like Hitler to me, really. This looks more like just a USSR character. Is it maybe the foreheads and the low polygon? Maybe they're trying to say it depicts like sunken in foreheads. Yeah, this is definitely an example of like the Streisand effect, though, in that more people are laughing at them and slapping back and just elevating what so many people would have never even talked about in the first place. And a lot of this is just woke, anti-woke people. Here's a good slap back here. This was harmful when they laid off employees. Anyways, we won't go any further with that, but yeah, a non-controversy that Crystal Dynamics brought upon themselves, making it a million times because of the Streisand effect worse on themselves when they could have just released the game on their own, and then they could have put a statement in their script for email replies if anybody complained, or they could have at least waited until somebody complained. And I heavily suspect nobody would have complained at all about the re-release of an old game and a remaster of an old game. Honestly, if you were to remaster and re-release even the most offensive games from previous eras, nobody's going to talk about it that much. You really could you really could re-release something like the GTA game with the hot coffee mod. You could just release it and have the hot coffee mod in it as a remake, and nobody would care. And then I can't even really think of too many other games that were even that controversial. You definitely had controversy around Mortal Kombat 1 and 2. You could re-release Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, and they have, without anybody complaining about any of that. And it's not like there's ever been a game that's been really caused a controversy around the depiction of minorities in particular. Like, let's see. Here we have Larry Herb, Gamer Emeritus, now in his headline, formerly known as Major Nelson, posting that the inventor of the Pop-Tart died, and happy Valentine's Day. But more video game related, he said 23 hours ago he's excited to head back into BTB, which I think is a region in Halo or Halo Infinite. Now 343i could just finally give us a non-Forge created version of Blood Gulch, so he's excited to play Halo. And then he retweeted Reggie Fils-Aimé, who retweeted a CNBC article about how the Nintendo CEO, not the current one, I believe, wants half the salary to prevent layoffs, and it worked, which is a move almost everybody should follow in big companies, but they won't. And then Reggie Fils-Aimé was the retired president, COO of Nintendo of America, and I guess he's probably mostly just promoting his book, Disrupting the Game, these days. I probably should just follow him, but also I don't think he really has any relevancy, and while people talked about Reggie Fils-Aimé a lot, I don't think he really had that much relevancy or power even when he was the CEO of Nintendo of America, because Nintendo of America is really just the puppet of Nintendo of Japan, the parent company, Nintendo, which is the Japanese office of Nintendo. Very few games were being second party developed from Nintendo of America, as far as I can tell. Yeah. And yeah, he's just promoting books more than anything else. Which maybe means I'll just mute him very quickly off my Twitter timeline. Yeah. Just scrolling down his feed, I can already mute him, but I should follow him. Which, just so I know I've already evaluated whether he was worth following. Let's see, turn off notifications. How do you mute somebody? Well, apparently these 3 dots aren't going to work. Well, whatever. I'm still trying to go through the Valentine's Day cards. Here we have a Super Meat Boy Valentine's Day card from this person, whoever this person is. It's probably one of the animators or a fan of Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy. Let's see. I think the jobs at Rocksteady wouldn't be a Valentine's Day card. So have we done all the Valentine's Day cards? Deep Silver, I guess, in part of a celebration around Dead Island 2 coming to Steam and Valentine's Day, they have given for limited time Dead Island Riptide is available for free, which I guess that's the new remake. I think that's the new remake of the first game. And here they have some zombie Valentine's Day cards. Roses are red, my mutated heart's true, even amidst zombies I'd still choose you. It's the same Valentine's Day card being retweeted by several different subsidiaries. Dead Island 2 is coming to Steam on April 22nd, and so they're giving away Dead Island Riptide until February 15th. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's all the Valentine's Day cards, so I'm going to pause the recording and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Although at this point, bathroom breaks are just pretty much going to happen in any long streams. It's just going to be expected. So that's the fantasy. That is the Valentine's Day cards I've seen. And I imagine you won't see too many more. If there were some people late to the party, they probably would just not bother to put out Valentine's Day cards at all. So let's go through the big news stories. I may not have too much to say, which may really say these aren't that big of a news story. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink has sold 1 million copies in 2 weeks. So that does perhaps tell me that Grand Blue Fantasy is a growing game in popularity. GameDeveloper.com has this big index 2024, which are articles for game music composers, mostly I think promoting a group of articles, which, yeah, I guess that is a lot of articles, so it makes sense that you would make a whole index here. Although I question, should you be a video game composer, or should you just be a composer? I imagine work is fairly scarce for composers in general, and when you look at like modern movies, they tend to want to put pop music in their series. It's not Steven Spielberg hiring a composer to make music for Indiana Jones or Star Wars, hiring composers to make Star Wars. But yeah, so I think you're over specializing if you're saying you're only going to compose music for video games. You should just compose music. If you make a good composition, it should potentially be usable in several different places, and you definitely should be open to the idea of just being hired to was I not on the screen when I was scrolling down all of this? Don't tell me I made that mistake. It's a huge number of articles. So, yeah, you should be open to any work as a composer, really. If you're mostly known for making game music, and then a porno studio wants to pay you decent money to make background music for their porns, take the job. By all means, take the job. And then we're in this weird position where we still, I don't think, have had that announcement from Microsoft, and Sony has decided to lay some covering fire down, I guess, by coming out early and saying anything and shifting the narrative around the feeling that Xbox may be going multi-platform for most of their games, or a lot of their games. Xbox might be very much shifting its focus away from hardware. It's probably not leaving hardware. I've even heard rumors that actually they're going to double down on hardware now, and that we are going to see a Steam-like device that is going to be developed, a Steam Deck-like device that is going to be developed from the Microsoft Surface team, which I guess in fairness, the Microsoft Surface team don't have anything else to do, since they don't seem like they're making a Surface. It does kind of make sense that while the form factor was intriguing for the Surface, it was too expensive and really wasn't a Windows iPad competitor because of its price range. If some kind of Surface-like device came out and it was cheaper and commoditized, possibly by having Xbox Game Pass subscriptions tied to it, and it was targeted more to the gaming audience, which is what Windows still has. If gamers left Windows completely and could just play all their games on Linux without any problems, then you would really only have lazy businesses still buying Windows licenses, and eventually they would just get away from that too. Most businesses today, if you were going to just rebuild your business from scratch, it'd be very easy to have everything that your employees are doing be done through a web browser, through Chrome OS. They would reduce the amount of support tickets and IT you would need considerably, and they would love that as a concept. Google Sheets or even Microsoft 365 lets you, I think, just do Word and Excel and present PowerPoint and all of those basic office softwares that often are underused or pointless. You can just do all of that online. Anyways, though, I was talking about video games. So the PlayStation chairman, which I think he might be new, he is definitely saying a lot, or has said a lot. We have a GameDeveloper.com article here saying the PlayStation chairman says the company needs a more aggressive PC approach. Be aggressive, PC progressive. It does seem like the writing is on the wall that this next generation of gamers in Japan are going to be PC centric, and to some level Sony is going to have to adapt. The fact that there was a long-term amount of time in which it was difficult to get a PS5, and now that even though a PS5 is available, it is too late in its life cycle for a lot of people to really be excited about buying a PS5 is a big problem. And then I would just say there probably wasn't a lot of enthusiasm between buying a PS3 and a PS4 and a PS5. They all, the PS4 and PS5 both feel incremental in their upgrades. The Xbox is same situation there, and we're just decreasingly likely that we'll ever have a new video game console that does anything that interesting. You'll see one gimmick at most per company, and that'll be it. Maybe they'll try and change the controllers a little bit. Nintendo maybe will try to do some weirder gimmicks, but the Nintendo Switch in particular is a kind of great example where none of their new gimmicks mattered or caught on. The HD Rumble is nice, but nobody really cares about it. The balancing effects and gyro stuff on the Switch is not being adopted. The infrared transmitter receiver was not used at all. The NFC tag and amiibos are barely used. Several of the ways you can hold a Joy-Con are not really ever engaged with in Switch games. And it may very well be the case that we may just see even Nintendo get away from having gimmick features as potentially sales pitches for their future consoles in favor of just having more tech specs. We saw that, we've seen this happen with cell phones, and cell phones have evolved rapidly. We're at almost Android 15 on Android phones. But very rapidly, cell phones went away from being gimmicked, whether they had a keyboard or not, whether they were a flip phone or not, to having Android phones all turn into just the same rectangular device with a camera on back. Maybe a camera on front was added eventually, but that's pretty much it. The physical buttons as a gimmick all disappeared on Android phones. And so there was a long cycle in between there where cell phones were just selling themselves on better battery life and better specs. And they still are selling themselves on battery life and better specs even now. There are a few exceptions. You have like folding phones where the screen folds, or roll-up phones where the screen rolls up as gimmicks, but your people who are actually buying phones aren't buying those products. What they're buying are just faster, better battery life cell phones. And it'll still be a while, I think, before cell phones hit a point where the battery life is so good and the CPU power and the GPU power is so good that you potentially might go back to a phase of having gimmicks. Probably you won't ever go back to a phase of having gimmicks, and it will just be like pre-built computers where there's nothing special about buying one pre-built computer versus another. They just have a bunch of RGB lightings and case designs. Sony also saying that it has no major franchise games releasing for 2024 through 2025. Which, that seems crazy to say that, when it probably should be more of a we have nothing to announce at this time, but I imagine this was revealed as part of a investment call. So yeah. So yeah, why would you buy a PlayStation 5 now? Like, why not save your money for a year? They literally are telling you that there will be no major franchise games releasing during this time, unless this was echoed by a already existing announcement that Microsoft is bringing all of its major franchise games to Xbox. It seems like Sony is definitely just shooting themselves in the foot. Now, in all fairness, these earnings investment calls, you kind of have to be candid and tell people, the shareholders, the truth. Otherwise, if they find that you aren't candid, they might actively try and oust you. But yeah, that is poor planning on their part. You should have had at least one thing you could have pointed to as a major franchise. This tells us things like Uncharted and Last of Us and God of War have all been scheduled or delayed in such a way that it won't come out in this year. Now, in the long run, maybe 10 years from now, this might be a genius move, because maybe Sony has seen that there's a trend where nobody wants to buy video games in the year of 2024. Everybody is broke. But in the short run, I don't think you can do that much damage by not releasing something, even if it would potentially not make as much money or even lose money. You have to put on a brave face at least and pretend like you're still doing business. And if this was to set themselves up for a PlayStation 6 release, that is a bad way for that to happen, certainly. If this was to pull themselves out of the video game market completely, or out of the console market, that would be weird. This also speaks that things like the PlayStation Portable, or any kind of other actual portable Nintendo Switch competitor, is not coming out in the next year. If they were trying to make something that was closer to a Nintendo Switch competitor, there is a weird potential future where Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo are all making Steam Deck-like devices, and the concept of connecting by default your console to a TV just goes out the window. Let's see. Those two announcements are contrasted by Marvel's Spider-Man 2 topping 10 million sales in under 4 months. Now, Spider-Man 2, I think, is an Insomniac game, so I think it is definitely a third-party game, but it has been also a PlayStation 5 exclusive, and I don't think PS5 can just rely on Spider-Man 2 sales for an entire year. I don't know, I can't think off the top of my head of any other games that would maybe be PS5 exclusive that would just drive sales forever. Yeah, this new chairman, I think he may very well just be the kind of Japanese boss that I think are more prevalent than we actually see, where he is just incredibly negative, is what a Westerner might call it, aggressive might be it. He may very well see himself like he's a general and he's just dressing down the troops to force them to work even harder. He may straight up just be trying to create a hostile work environment, for lack of a better term. At least that's what you would call it in the West, where the workers are going to feel afraid to relax and are going to just always feel pressure to work harder and produce more. This may also just be a case, though, of what is more typical around the world, is that when there is a new chairman or a new boss in here, he can just talk as much poop as he wants about the current state of the company and make the current state of the company look as negative as possible and blame the former chairman. Then he can cancel any projects he wants because he didn't start those projects, and he won't get the credits if those projects succeed. You see this in Hollywood a lot with TV and movie productions. And then he can just start a whole bunch of new projects, and he can then try and take the credit for them. But you can also twist that logic in a lot of different ways. You can let projects continue and then cancel them right before they fail and then blame the previous person. And if they succeed, you can then take all the credit and say that you were wise enough to allow that to continue instead of canceling it. So you can always twist anything to mean anything. But yeah, in this Video Games Chronicle, he says that the studio needs to improve when it comes to business. Which, yeah, there's always room for improvement, but saying that out loud might be very damaging. There's already been kind of this feeling that a lot of the older Sony video game developers and second-party game developers are looking for an out. They are ready to leave Sony and maybe start their own companies. There is definitely a possibility where Sony just shrinks incredibly because it has major brain drain of established no-name game developers, and it just struggles to hire and train up new game developer programmers. And then Sony may very well be stuck in an even worse position than where they are now, which isn't that worse of a position as the biggest seller, at least in the West, as far as between Microsoft and Sony. But I think they are kind of stuck in a bad position in that they don't have enough tentpole games to encourage people to buy a new PlayStation hardware. If they announced a PlayStation 6 tomorrow, nobody would buy it. They just said that they weren't going to release any major AAA games for a year, and that's a problem. The Playdate developers fulfilled all their Kickstarter back orders, I believe, is a bit of news here, and now they're saying that it's time for Playdate developers to take center stage. It's been, I think, at least a year since the Playdate came out, and in my opinion, the Playdate has had zero impact on the gaming community. It's far too expensive of a gadget console, I guess is what you would call it. It's really closer to more of a stimma gadget that's just way too expensive. The programming and the limitations of a black and white screen. There are by far cheaper, better devices that would be in this form factor, have at least 2 buttons and a D-pad, wouldn't have a crank, but very little games actually need a crank, and most of those devices, on top of being cheaper, would have a color screen and a ability to emulate actual games that people are actually nostalgic from, where this is weirdly trying to be something that looks like a Game Boy and feels like a Game Boy but cannot play Game Boy games. But yeah, it's really irrelevant at this point, and this article probably highlights where once something potentially gets enough coverage by mainstream video game journalists, they just continue talking about it. It's kind of hard to decide that something has just become irrelevant and you should stop talking about it. And particularly in video game journalism, like, you still see people talking about things from 1980s, even articles that definitely have no relevance to modern time and shouldn't be talked about. Yoshitaka Murayama, the creator of Suikoden and Eiyuden Chronicle, has died. His final game is due to be released in April. Here you have him dressing up with a pot on his head like a helmet and a towel around his neck like a superhero cloak. They said that he had an ongoing illness. I'm not sure if we know what it is. I would assume, looking at his size and the fact that he's in Japan, probably the weight would be related to it. I would also assume that the Japanese are probably pretty terrible about dealing with people who are overweight. And the kind of comorbidities and conditions that overweight people might have. Yeah. Video Games Chronicle doesn't seem to mention the thing as I tried to skim the article there. This is weird, and it certainly highlights some of the feedback I heard around the Silent Hill 2's latest trailer. Bloober Team's president says that the latest trailer, which would have been made under the financing and direction of, I assume, Konami as the publisher, he is publicly kind of disavowing the trailer, saying that it does not reflect the spirit of the game. This would be the president, Piotr Babino. I'd assume that's probably pronounced Peter. He points out that Konami is entirely responsible for marketing. Which, yeah, the feedback with this combat reveal trailer was that it seemed like there was quite a lot of combat in Silent Hill 2, which you expect there to be some combat, but the trailer really gives you the feeling that it's much closer to a Resident Evil 4 game than, say, Alone in the Dark game, where bullets would have been limited in Alone in the Dark, and you would have not just been able to shoot every zombie in Silent Hill. It really does ruin the idea of Silent Hill 2 that if you can actually fight back, if there is no dread, if there is no inevitability that you will be taken out by these monsters, that ruins the entire thematic idea of the game. It makes the game an action game instead of a horror game. Yep. Here we have Gamatsu with the same article, Sony Interactive Entertainment, that's the PlayStation division, which still I would describe it as Sony of California at the moment, will not release any major existing franchise titles before March 31st of 2025. Which they are also expecting hardware units to gradually decline and software sales to decrease. This is definitely a new CEO trying to make it look like the worst case scenario possible. Perhaps this is even a play by Sony's new chairman to make Sony look like they're in a weak position, so that the FCC, FTC, it'd be the FTC, not the Federal Communications Commission, it'd be the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, perhaps they're looking to acquire some companies, and they're trying to lay the groundwork to make them look like they are a struggling company that would justify acquiring things. It definitely would make sense if Sony Interactive Entertainment wanted to acquire some companies. and it definitely would make sense for them to acquire some companies. First party software, they're saying slight decrease, and then they're more and more going to try and have third party software sales with gradual expansion and gradual expansion on network revenue, which that also implies that that would push Sony into a more digital mentality, getting rid of physical discs and disk drives if the first party games could just be sold digitally. And here's Video Games Chronicles with the same article. And yeah, this definitely is big enough news that it makes everybody forget the multiple rumors that around Microsoft. So Microsoft can really just take a sigh of relief and make the announcements it was going to make, but not have to really make any bigger promises. And it probably also highlights the rapid way in which news can happen around video game. And most people don't follow most of the video game news or care about any at all. The best way to be a gamer is to not follow mainstream video game news or even video game news in general from small creators. Just find games you want to play and play them and have fun. That's all it really requires to be a gamer. Honestly, you're not even required to have fun. If you just want to play games and be miserable, then I guess more power to you. In that context, we have Gematsu with an article showing that PS5 shipments have topped 54.8 million and that Marvel Spider-Man 2 sales have topped 50 million. That is a big number, but it is below what they were expecting or what they wanted. Here you see Game Developer's article on it. PS5 hardware sales hit quarterly high, but that still isn't good enough for Sony. Which, yeah. I think Sony may have a problem in that their new chairman may be actively tanking their stock or actively tanking their company with too high expectations. Which that would be very much a Japanese way of running business, is to just have insanely high expectations and be like Square Enix, where you're just constantly looking for somebody to blame why you're not reaching the impossibly high goals. Mismanagement, basically. Here is the GameDeveloper.com article here with a more appropriate picture of the guy for his obituary. The pot on the head and towel around the neck, not appropriate at all for an obituary picture. Let's see. Yeah, they said he passed away on February 6th due to complications with an ongoing illness. I don't think they mentioned what the ongoing illness is, though. There was a new Princess Peach Showtime trailer that revealed 4 more transformations. So I'm pretty sure we had seen the pirate before, and it definitely seems like they are pushing more and more with these transformations into parodying famous characters, and that this really is going to be more of a dress up thing. So you have Dashing Thief here, which is just Lupin the Third, a figure skater that looks very much like Elsa from Frozen. You have Mighty Peach, which could be Big Hero 9, or it could be Mighty Number 9, the video game, or Mega Man in general. Any of those superheroes with sci-fi. And then you have Mermaid here, that is just the Little Mermaid, obviously. So they are all characters for the most part. Mermaid, I guess, could be anything, but they're characters of high prestige. so that there is a theme in that. You're not just having them dress up as normal people that have unspecified jobs or unspecified skills, but that would also be very boring in a video game. And I don't really want to watch all this, but it's an hour and 10 minutes. What I'd like to see is what is the level of skin that the mermaid in particular is willing to show. That's probably quite a lot, come to think of it, even though the camera's fairly zoomed out most of the time. To even show any belly of Princess Peach is pretty extreme. And this is also, as the trailer showing, what I think a big part of these games are going to be, is that they're going to be side-scrolling platformers, except for in this case in which you're going to be side-scrolling shoot-em-ups. So it's not puzzle games per se. There may be a puzzle element, but it's not likely, from what I'm seeing now, a case where you're going to switch between characters and costumes to have different skills to solve some kind of puzzle to get to another location. It doesn't feel like that's what it's going to be, where it definitely felt like they could have been what it's going to be. More, it feels like what you're going to do is have just a number of levels, at least 8, I would say at this point, and they're going to feel like unique, almost like Sonic the Hedgehog levels, where you're going from the left to the right, and then you'll have a boss fight, and then you'll finish it. And then there'll probably be a lot of gimmicks that change the play style and the way you play. But it is going to create a weird situation where if they were to ever make a sequel to Princess Peach Showtime, it might be that there really is no thematic consistency in what the game is, and it will just be this weird assembly of levels. And I do have this thought that this might just be a collection of levels that would have been in a Super Mario Odyssey 1 had they not made so many levels already for Super Mario Odyssey 1, or it might have been some DLC content that was left on the cutting room floor for Super Mario Odyssey, or even the development of Super Mario Odyssey 2 if they were going to make a Super Mario Odyssey 2, which I doubt they would call it Odyssey 2. Yeah. Moving on. Here we have Video Games Chronicles back talking about Sony. Sony wants to improve PlayStation profit margins with more aggressive PC release strategy. Hiroki Totoki says the game has to proactively work on making more games multi-platform, which maybe that's why they need a year off, is to learn how to program games that would actually run well on PC. It's probably a lot harder to make a video game that runs well on your average gaming PC, considering how an average gaming PC can be a wide variety of components. It's probably way easier to have lockdown hardware for Sony, but I imagine it's not anywhere as hard as it used to be, or as hard as they think it is to make something run well. It's just learning good standard practices and applying good standards and practices to make sure it's optimized for each person's individual gaming rig. A union called STJV, I'm not sure what that stands for, claims that Don't Nod mismanagement is causing staff burnout. Inherently, isn't that always the case if your company needs to be unionized in the first place, or if your management is trying to union bust, causing burnout is a major way in which they try to do that. Although management and mismanagement trying to cause burnout or having burnout as a product and an expected product of overworking employees is pretty common overall, whether their union is involved or not. They also claim the studio is misaligned with its values. I don't know if this means anything legally as far as the union saying this. It may be the first salvo in a potential strike or a potential lawsuit that maybe it means nothing. The fact that they're going public might mean quite a bit. Instead of discussing this privately, it might highlight that the management, the higher ups, are just unbearably bad, which is somewhat believable. PlayStation has also filed a trademark for Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet. So I assume this would be a new game. That being said, I don't think that implies much of anything. It sounds like it's a sci-fi thing because it has intergalactic in it. It sounds very Warhammer 40k. But if there was a reason for PlayStation to have a first-party Warhammer 40k game, that would be weird, and people aren't finding a direct reference. So, Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, if that was a reference to something in Warhammer 40k, it's got to be something new they're adding to Warhammer 40k. Let's see. The company MTG has agreed to sell Congregate, the website, to the Texas studio Monumental, which this is possibly somewhat big news, considering Congregate as a website is fairly big, or was fairly big at one time. OBS put out a beta release candidate, and beta 30.1 beta crashes when you remove sources if you have the Steam Deck, a Stream Deck, not Steam Deck, plugin installed. And so if you have an Elgato Stream Deck, don't install the beta. Generally, I'd say don't install the beta at all, unless you're just wanting to experiment. This beta here is testing out improvements and maybe adding a new image slideshow source, and then some new things. But if you want support for WIP, which I think the first word in WIP stands for Windows, but nothing particularly super interesting in this new beta. Maybe they'll add more features, and then a 30.1 would have some interesting features. That would be generally what you would look for, is a major number increase, not a minor number increase. Rocksteady has a lead rendering programmer that they're hiring for, so maybe Rocksteady is trying to scale up for a new game in development after Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, which nobody is talking about that game, and I suspect nobody is playing that game at this point. The Dungeons & Dragons owner, Hasbro, now owner, wasn't always that way, has made $90 million from Baldur's Gate 3, which is quite a lot, considering I don't think they did anything really than just license it to the developers. I'm not sure that Hasbro is even paid for the development or the publishing of the game. I'm pretty sure they didn't. Unfortunately, that's a problem though with Hasbro as a company in general, is that they make almost all of their money, and it's not enough money for them, by licensing out and several franchises, and that's all they've got. They're just not making new content or new things that are interesting. Those franchises being Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering as a spin-off of that. And then you have the board games like Monopoly and Clue. And then I believe maybe Hasbro owns like My Little Pony, and maybe they own some newer popular kids show, kids toy product. But yeah, Hasbro very possibly, if it had been better managed in the past few decades, could have bought out Toys R Us when they went out of business, and expanded and sold tons of toys. Let's see. Now, remember, in this story has a lot more context now. In the Video Games Chronicle says Sony has reportedly canceled Rise of Ronin's release in South Korea. The decision may be linked to the game's depiction of a controversial historical figure. Who is this controversial historical figure? When you come to Asian countries, everybody is upset about everybody, particularly when it comes to history. So, could be related to the game's depiction of the 19th century scholar, let's see, Shuin Yoshida, who is a controversial figure in Korea. Let's see. Yoshida nurtured a number of political activists who made major contributions to the Meiji Restoration, which restored imperial rule in Japan in 1868. He also was an advocate for the conquest of Korea, which would go on to be ruled by the Empire of Japan from 1910 to 1945. Yeah. And the Empire of Japan, by most history records, I think was pretty brutal in their rule. And that's why pretty much every other Asian company has legitimate beef, historically speaking, with Japan. And in part of the problem why there's still beef is that there are still old people in Japan, in the Japanese government, that are pushing for a return to the mentality of Empire of Japan and expansionism, imperialism. They'd like to get to that point. I also heard that the Japanese Diet, which is like their Senate, I suppose, is about to pass a law doing something to make it way more difficult for adult video actors in Japan to make adult videos. Which, yeah, that highlights the level of conservatism in the Japanese government, certainly, that they're potentially passing laws to stop live action adult videos being made, or make it more difficult for live action adult videos to be made in Japan, which, yeah, certainly I would imagine Japan has better things they should be focused on. And I imagine anyone under the age of 40 in Japan does not care about the AV laws. Remember, Japan is also oddly conservative with the amount of censorship that the adult content, live action adult content and animated adult content, the level of censorship has to be really high in Japan. Here we have a weird story, and I could certainly go on to a rant, but I'm going to try not to. You have GameDeveloper.com saying developers appear to be featuring fewer LGBT characters in games. Despite what some would say, the presence of LGBTQ stories, themes, and characters in games are lighter than ever. Now, the problem with this claim is it's going to be kind of impossible to prove, because inherently small indie game developers can have LGBTQ characters show up in massive droves, and will have them in massive droves. So the only way you could even make this argument would be to look at like the top games that are being released, the AAA games that have major publishers behind them, major developers behind them. Then you have to also look at it at the context of the fact that there is a major anti-woke feeling amongst gamers, as far too many games have shoved down LGBTQ characters, and the prominence and the outward display of being LGBTQ is just really, really high. You also get into weirdness, like the new Saints Row game was a great example of a game that really shouldn't have that many LGBTQ characters in it. Like, as a gang, it could have been a lesbian gang for Saints Row and it was all lesbians, but you can't also be a lesbian gang and be realistic if you're also including the transsexuals and the gay guys and the black people with the Mexicans. Like, gangs are almost always divided amongst genders and races and nationalities, and so you can't just have a pride flag of people and call it Saints Row. It didn't feel natural. It didn't work. The characters weren't written well. Then you have like Horizon Forbidden West with DLC kind of turning the main character into a lesbian. So are you supposed to retroactively say all of Horizon Forbidden West and the original Horizon game now featured in a lesbian? I mean, you can say that, but is that realistic? And does that mean the sales of Horizon, the first Horizon game, should be put in that category? And you can just like debate it to death. There's still plenty of LGBT characters that I think are falling closer in line to the accurate amount of representation compared to the accurate amount of people in the real world. If there are 50% women in the world, then generally, unless there's a reason storyline wise, this would be different. There should probably be about 50% women in your video game. We still have, I think, a lot of work to get to even that point. I would also say Has Been Hotel. Charlie Morningstar, the main protagonist, is a lesbian and in love with another lady named Vaggie, which is a dirty joke in itself. And they don't make a big deal about it, but it also seems like it is there for not really a good reason, but it's fine. If you had turned Vaggie, the girlfriend, into a boyfriend, it wouldn't have changed much of anything. I think Has Been Hotel kind of just ignores it pretty well, and that's not something you see in video games. When somebody is LGBT in video games, it gets promoted and highlighted, and it is the main sales pitch by a lot of game developers, and then those game developers are very much surprised when people aren't buying their games, and for one reason or another, and then they blame the people that aren't buying their games for being bigoted when they may not have been bigoted, and it just creates a cycle of resentment that you built on yourself because you built your expectations too high and you promoted content that people shouldn't care about. It should be a non-story, really, if a character is LGBTQ. That's what the pride organizations want to get to. But then you also have lobbyist groups, advocacy groups, like GLAAD, that are going to constantly have to say something, and they're going to have to constantly push the narrative. They're saying less than 2% of the current console games feature LGBTQ games or stories. I think that is totally made up number. I think that is insane. And it's probably a little cherry picking to say console games. Anyways, if you looked at Steam games, the number would probably be better. A lot of characters are definitely not mentioned as far as their orientation anyway, so you can certainly assume quite a bit. You could assume, for instance, in Nintendo games that Mario and Luigi are bisexual if you want to. You could count them as minorities because they're Italian. You could count them as minorities because they seem to be human in the Mushroom Kingdom, and the Mushroom Kingdom seems to be almost 100% made up of Toadstool, so any human in the Mushroom Kingdom would be a minority. And you can just kind of play those games forever. And then they're saying only 1.7 of games on Steam are listed in the platform's LGBTQ+ tab. And that can't be true. Now, if you add in the adult-only sexual content, it gets to 2.5%. I think the way they did this was actively trying to get the number. Yeah. So, yeah. The truth is, you shouldn't really talk about any character's orientation unless it's relevant to the story. And you shouldn't bend over backwards to make it relevant to the story. Yeah. And that's probably true in the real world too. You shouldn't be talking about or thinking about people's orientations unless you're planning on actively dating them, and then they can tell you if they would be interested in dating you, and they don't even have to say what their orientation is then. Otherwise, if you're having a platonic relationship, it's just not worth knowing. It's not worth being flamboyantly gay or being flamboyantly straight, which there are way too many flamboyantly straight people out there. Always have been. Yeah. As far as like your coworkers in particular, you should hope that they think you're just asexual and you have no orientation, because you want them to treat you equally and fairly in all situations, and just not think on those terms, and be instead thinking about just how they're going to work with you and get whatever projects need to be done. We will be looking at the games that came out on Monday, and I will make a special effort to point out every single game that has a lesbian in it. Gay guys are in short supply on Steam, I will admit that. And bisexual women, I'm gonna just label as gay because that's pretty much the same. And yeah, you know what? I'll just point out any game that has any of the LGBTQ+, and the plus also includes allies. And you could also assume a lot of characters are allies in a lot of video games. Let's see. We had already gone somewhat deep down this controversy, non-controversy. The Tomb Raider 3 remasters, which that definitely is not what you want people talking about. You would want people talking about how they kind of had done a pretty good job with remastering these games, and I imagine they hadn't put a lot of effort into it. I assume a lot of these textures have just been AI upscaled, or procedurally upscaled some way. And instead of people talking about how they did about as good of a job as they could to remaster the first 3 games, and they should be digging deep to have having nostalgia grow so people would go back and play these games. Now they're talking about controversy that just didn't need to be mentioned or talked about. This certainly highlights, though, where Crystal Dynamics' head is at. So if Crystal Dynamics is going to make a new Tomb Raider game, which I assume they would, it is probably going to play a lot like the Tomb Raider reboot, which isn't much like the original Tomb Raider games in the first place. It's potentially still going to be a game that doesn't have the twin guns on her hips and her shooting twin guns, in favor of being more a generic game where you might have one gun, but it could be like an assault rifle or a handgun, or it could be the bow, and then they would just continuously focus on the bow, where Lara Croft traditionally has never had a bow, as far as I know. It does imply to me that the next Tomb Raider series is going to still have Lara Croft be defeminized by quite a bit, and she just won't be someone that looks on first glance or feels in the way she talks and acts like a badass adventurer, your female Indiana Jones equivalent. It's going to feel, I imagine, closer to Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny than Indiana Jones and the Ark of the Covenant, where, yeah, the Indiana Jones of Dial of Destiny, being Harrison Ford being an old man, he's just not going to be as exciting and as physically appealing. But you want to see Lara Croft or any action hero be in good shape and physically appealing. Moving on. I don't need to look at that. Let's see, Censored Gaming pointed out this isn't video game related, but Deadpool and the Wolverine's international trailer censored the line of dialogue to make it more family friendly, which I'm not super surprised by that. He's, I suppose, now gotten into a pattern where he wants to put out new content fairly frequently, and so retweeting an IGN article here, reposting a IGN article, I guess continues to get him views. Although it does seem like if you're not going to turn this into a video, then you're probably trying to be successful on Twitter more than you're trying to be successful on YouTube. And this would be an example where if he was just going to talk about censorship in general, he should make a video so more people would see it and he would have ownership of doing something different instead of just linking to what would be a text article from IGN. Apparently somebody is saying it was a truly awful idea to spend $125 million on Immortals of Avium. This would be the former developer saying that. They claim it was a bad move to make a AAA single-player shooter in today's market. I think maybe $125 million is just too high. There is a concern I have, certainly, that if Sony is not going to put out any major games for a year, maybe they're just buying themselves time to come back and charge $70, if not even more money, for their games. That they're going to have a gap there when there's no major comparisons. And it may be a push to raise the prices. I don't think the development, though, in particular, was the problem with Immortals of Avium. I think the problem with it was the advertisement, and that it just looks like a very weird game that would have taken a lot more explanation as to what it was. Has a Metacritic score of 70, so it maybe just didn't play that well. they were very much highlighting this effect. If it is correct, this opinion that you can't spend 125 million and get a game like the quality of Immortals of Avium and sell it, that is a bad hint for like Judas and other Bioshock style games, which that's what I would have thought this should have been, is that you should have had some Bioshock intros and trailers and just really convince people that there's a reason to go through the entire story experience in Immortals of Avium. Weirdly, now if I was to play like 2 Human, then play Immortals of Avium, you'd have 2 very similar somewhat similar looking games that failed to gain an audience, and I'd probably make a whole series of sci-fi, cyberpunk type looking games that have failed to succeed. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the visuals here and the cyberpunk visuals of this thumbnail were also heavily influenced by Cyberpunk 2077, which may have been expected to be a much bigger success. Cyberpunk 2077 did the exact opposite of what Immortals of Avium did, in that they advertised their game very early with a teaser trailer that had content that wasn't actually in the game when it was finally made and released. But that got people talking about it, and that got people interested in it, and that got people to pre-order and purchase Cyberpunk 2077. Had it just been a good game during launch day, people would have loved it, and it would have been the next Witcher 3, which noticeably I don't think there has been a next Witcher 3 since Witcher 3. And then GameDeveloper.com has an opinion piece here. Dear publishers, ownership matters. There have been several stories of games being taken down, and then the Funimation Crunchyroll disaster of people owning videos on Funimation and their videos being taken away and moved to Crunchyroll. There definitely needs to be some laws passed about requiring people to allow you to re-download things you've purchased. And then the Lunar New Year is not working for me anymore. So either the Lunar New Year's sale has stopped, or the claim you're free button is just being blocked. Let's see, if I turn off uBlock Origin, still seems like that's not working. Okay. So here we have the game. Here we have the games from Wednesday that I'm going to make YouTube shorts on. It's not worth it to potentially click on the plus and look at every single tag. Arguably anything with female protagonist in the tag probably should be considered a minority. And probably should be considered in the LGBTQ grouping. If you're not going to call females minorities, or just part of LGBTQ+, which maybe there is some exceptions being made there as far as how people group themselves, then maybe there's something to that. But even in this thumbnail, you see a female character and a female character here, so I think that's one. Next, and maybe this is going to also just highlight my own personal preferences, we have a hack and slash multiplayer game that has female protagonists. And yeah, it's not worth it, so I'm gonna just have to guess. But by the looks of this, I suspect you're gonna have at least one in that category, one minority. Outbound is a case where you're just going to be playing as your own character, so you can put any headcanon you wanted to that. Manhunt was on sale. I was thinking about purchasing it, but honestly, I'm not going to purchase anything video game related at the moment because I'm saving up to buy a Steam Deck. So these were all on sale games, old games. A game like 100 Rooms is nothing, but I mean there's just no protagonist there, so really can't do anything here. A game like this is just creatures, animals playing against each other. So I could see if Glad was skewing the numbers by just including every game that didn't have that specific tag. You could get the number very high, but there's a lot of games where there just aren't humans, or there aren't people who are interacting with any level of dialogue or conversation. You could headcanon that like the Master Chief character is gay if you wanted to. I don't think the story is said one way or the other. You could headcanon that he's straight to skew your results either way. Most games are about violence, so that you're not going to have a clue. Here's a game with robots in it. I'll give it a chance. Make a short around it. Here's a Tetris clone. Can you make an argument that Tetris is inherently straight only people, that the pieces are straight? Or could you make the argument that the Tetris pieces are gay? Like, it would be a dumb argument either way. You've got pieces that go inside holes. That works for a lot of genders and a lot of gender combinations. Yeah. But certainly it would also be unfair to say a Tetris clone game is a straight game or a majority game. This is just a survivors game. I don't think it's quite good enough. Here we have something that should not be allowed, where it's just placeholders, placeholder. That should not be allowed. If you don't have a finished product, you shouldn't be allowed to put your game on Steam. Okay, here we have a visual novel. Almost certainly there is some lesbian overtones, I would suspect, here. It's not like worth really going through this. Alright, so here you have a straight up transgendered character. Upon defeating the Demon King, the hero, Astel, finds himself changed into herself. So, by form of magic, this character is transgendered. Yeah. Forced, perhaps, by magic to be transgendered. And this is not in the adult section, even though it's tagged with hentai. And yeah, that throws everything into quite a few combinations there, because if you've been transitioned to the other gender and you're in an awkward position there where you may feel like you're male dating a girl and you may consider that straight, or you may just look at outward appearances and say your body is female dating a girl, so you're a lesbian. And I think both options are possible there, depending on how the involved people feel. I'll leave this on the follow list just to see if anything comes out for this. Then you have a penguin game. Then you have a backrooms garbage game. Then we have a shoot 'em up garbage game. Let's see, so that's 3 games without really a human in it. 4 games. Then you have a strategy game, Gods Against Machines prologue, which still doesn't seem like there's a human there. 5 games. You have a horror looking visual novel that don't seem to have humans in it. You have a side-scrolling game character. We don't know if that's a robot or human. We have what is probably not that good. I'll give a chance to. Here you have a platforming game where you play as a female. The numbers definitely get skewed quite a bit if you include females as a minority. That's 60, 70, 80% of games have female protagonist as a tag. And I would say we definitely are at the point where any argument that says your average gamer is not willing to play as a female player has become incredibly weak. There's probably still some truth to it, but it is definitely, it was a weak argument when it was first made decades ago. It's a very weak argument now. You can't have as many female protagonist games out there. Does this one support English? No, this is another one of these Japanese only games that this might be an old NES game, RPG. Eventually they are going to start making the argument, I suspect, that if you're playing a game with a female protagonist, you have to be in a certain mindset, otherwise you're still being sexist, and the bar will just be risen even more. Yeah. The simple statement that you like to play games with pretty females, well, they will try and sell that like it's unacceptable and sexist. Here we have a visual novel that looks like it is almost certainly supposed to be in the adult section. This is very much like the onslaught of 3D CGI realistic graphic visual novels. This is even labeled as the vanilla version, so it is a vanilla version of an adult version. And so almost certainly in the adult version of the game, you would be playing as this male sleeping with these different women, or at least male presenting character. There's a lot of women there, which I would imagine probably does highlight in the adult content that has been removed. Almost certainly there would be some girl on girl action. What's funny about this though is I want to put this on the follow list and see if people would actually review and play the vanilla version of what would just be a 3D CGI visual novel. But also, if people actually reviewed it fairly well, it would be an interesting game to potentially cover, to show and say, hey, this is what these kind of games look like, and this is how these kinds of games play, as far as I know. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these kinds of games in the adult section, and more getting released all the time. We have some fancy elf characters that are barely human looking. Here we have a 3D logic game, I guess is what they're calling it. Here we have a racing game. Yeah, considerably low numbers of games that even have humans on them. Let's see, here we have Why Do You Love Me? Relationship, which seems to be straight. And I guess this might be an example of where including women as minorities, even though they are minorities, might overrepresent the number of minority games when women protagonist in a heterosexual relationship with a male protagonist might be common, although it really isn't that common in video games. Does it make sense though to make a game like this in general and then release it on Valentine's Day? Yep. I suppose if you eliminated visual novels, which most people do, it also scales and shifts the types of games quite a bit. I think I'm going to say no to this because everything is just too much in shadow. Actually, I'm going to give it a chance. It's very polished in its interface compared to what I usually see. I'm going to say no to RPG Survivors. It's not polished enough. I'm going to say no to Hot Noon. Gun Shop Simulator. If you're paying attention, you can see there is a large amount of violence in these games too. But that is usually the default main game mechanic. It's either some violent action that you take, or it's some kind of farming simulator, or it's some kind of horror simulator where you're being chased by some violent character. Very few visual novels where it's just about a relationship, but we did see one of them. This looks like an RPG Maker game, so I'm going to say no to it. It's not catching my attention. Neither is this. Here you have, I guess you throw this in the category of lesbianism. I would think that is probably a possibility. But then a lot of role-playing games, if you're just players versus role-playing with other players, that lets the player be whatever they want to be. Which in a certain point is almost the ultimate freedom of expression in video games, is that if you want to transition mentally from a male in the real world to a female, or a female in the real world to a male, I imagine there are a lot of female gamers out there that, whether they want to or not, are mentally transitioning into a male protagonist's spot. Here we have another like adult game that shouldn't be really shown, and it should be in the adult section. And yeah, again, female protagonists being shown in the adult content, but I can't assume that there's any LGBTQ plus stuff in it. That might be another example of just more hetero depiction. And particularly if you were going to talk about heterosexual depictions of actual romance and intercourse and such, the numbers there may heavily outweigh the LGBTQ depictions by far. But it still would, in video games compared to any other form of medium, be very, very representative. The number is much higher than any other form. The problem is that the characters are often not written well, and so it shouldn't be an argument about numbers in the first place. Seeing a bunch of games here without really people in them. It should be an argument of quality. Like, that should definitely be the argument that's made always in this case. Where is the quality happening there? And I'd say in many mediums, the quality of depictions of minorities is very low. Here we have another adult game that's not actually in the adult section. Match 3 game. We hadn't seen a few of these for the past week or so. It kind of seemed like Valve was doing a little bit better job of making sure the content that gets released is labeled appropriately. But it does seem like they're maybe dropping the ball more. If we want to talk about overrepresentation, cats by far are overrepresented in video games. I guess I am just doing a long rant here to that claim. A bigger thought certainly to it is the video game industry is incredibly open. Anybody could make a video game representing minorities if they wanted to. And it's not valid to say, well, people do make those types of games and they don't sell. Like, there needs to be that big split. You're never going to make an argument to convince people who don't want to buy something that they have to morally buy something. That's never going to work. So yeah, there's really no institutionalized reason why a minority couldn't make their own independent game and start their own game company. There are arguably institutionalized reasons of the existing AAA game developers being a boys club, and in those incidences those are being called out and people are trying to address those, and there is, I think, a much better Me Too type movement happening in the game industry in general, and a move towards unionization and better protections for all workers in the game industry as far as AAA game developers and large indie companies. But you know, it also, even if actual representation inside the staff is lackluster in the game industry amongst AAA game developers and publishers, the ideas of the LGBTQ+ are discussed and agreed with quite a bit. So then you get back to the point where LGBTQ+ pro messaging is often crammed into video games in a poor quality way, but still crammed in there. So it really is very, very far from, say, like 1940s Hollywood. I think 40s might be about the right time, where Hollywood absolutely was run by 4 or 5 movie production, TV production moguls who were just admittedly outwardly racist and would not put minorities on the screen. And if they were going to put them on the screen, it would either be white actors in blackface, or it would be black people actively forced to degrade themselves and act as foolish people and act in racist caricatures. So let's finish that rebuttal with just looking at the top most played games, since we just looked at a whole bunch of games that were released, pretty much a large portion of what was released on the last couple days. Which of these games have any LGBTQ characters in it? It would be hard to tell. Like Counter-Strike 2, the terrorists versus the Counter-Strike team are pretty much just random characters as far as I know. Dota 2 almost certainly has some representation. I suspect Pal World has some representation. We can see Pal World's 24-hour peak is at 500,000, which is still holding strong, but I think it is about 100,000 short than the last couple days. Apex Legend almost certainly has representation. PUBG, I think, has representation. Helldivers, I don't know about. Morocco Blade Point, I wouldn't be surprised if it really doesn't have anything it would call representation because it's more of a Chinese game. GTA 5, isn't that the one with the Ballad of Gay Tony? It's negative representation of all of its characters, but there is a severe lack of bad guys who are LGBTQ+ in video games, which is just then still racist. Baldur's Gate 3 definitely has representation. Now that Call of Duty would be military people, but still I suspect has some representation in it. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, I suspect has maybe some, and that might be censored if it went to the Switch. War Thunder probably doesn't have people in it. Rust is random people with no backstory as I understand it. Lethal Company, I don't know. Football Manager 2024, if there is a single LGBTQ+ in that game, in the league, then they would be in the game. Almost 100% accurately represented for that type of game. And they would have to go out of their way to exclude LGBTQ people from their roster if that was the case. I don't know any of the stories around Monster Hunter World. I don't know the story around Enshrouded. Let's see. Now, are any of these games on this top list just flamingly representative? I don't think so. I bet there's some representation even in Red Dead Redemption 2. But I would also say Red Dead Redemption 2 is probably pretty heterosexual in its focus. Daisy zombie games don't really make sense. Elden Ring, probably, almost certainly. Destiny 2, probably. Overwatch 2, definitely. We know for a fact that's the case. Cyberpunk 2077, effectively almost every character in Cyberpunk 2077 is trans, in the sense that they've transitioned their bodies to be cyborgs instead of humans. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Wow, surprising Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is even at this high of 37 spot. And its 24-hour peak is 38,000 players, which shows how few players you really can have and still have an active community for a player versus player game. Does Yu-Gi-Oh! Have representation? I mean, probably not something that Glad would count as. It definitely isn't saying a lot about the characters. I'm trying to think of all the solo modes. No, I don't think there's a solo mode that would really agree with that. You could stretch it and say that some of the monsters or humans in Yu-Gi-Oh! Transition into other forms, and that might be a transgender type transition, but that would be too much of a stretch. So I'm going to say no on that one. Dead by Daylight, probably. Sims 4, definitely. Sims 4 went way too hard and represented. Left 4 Dead 2, I don't think they ever said anything about any of the characters there. But there's definitely a black guy, so there's a minority there. Notably, none of these jump out. If you put in the adult mods to Skyrim, you definitely can get representation if you want it that way. You can get all the representation you want. Persona 3 Reload may have actually censored out a few sentiments there. I guess in part you should ask the question, do you consider Asians to be minorities? If you do, if Asians in a Japanese video game are considered minorities because you're a Westerner or a United States citizen, then lots of representation in that case. But I wouldn't really count that. Binding of Isaac Rebirth actually has representation. It is generally conceded that the different variants of Isaac you can play as, whether that's Isaac or Maggie, are just imaginary versions of Isaac. So when he puts on a wig and plays as Maggie, a female presenting version of Isaac is not transgender at that point. Yeah, that's not that much of a stretch. Persona 5 Royale may have some more representation here. But then you also get to games like Deadeye and Riptide, which, yeah, a zombie game is just not likely to talk about characters, whether they're LGBTQ+. Fallout 4. You have games like Fallout 4 where you can choose to play as a male or female and you can choose to date anybody, so the options for a role-playing game are fairly high. Witcher 3, I would suspect there's something like that, but maybe there isn't. Maybe there actually is no representation in Witcher 3. I would hope there was just like one character, but it would be a side character, and that would have been a great example of what not to do if they had turned Geralt of Rivia into a gay man who's now no longer chasing after the storyline important characters who are female in the books and is instead trying to date a guy. Hogwarts Legacy. There's almost certainly a character in Harry Potter that in headcanon people consider to be LGBTQ+, even if the author wouldn't agree with that. That being said, in fairness, I think I would have to click very far in the top numbers of playing games to find one that was flamboyantly representative. It was all about that. And this speaks to sales and sales direct, how games are developed. The truth of it is, you just aren't going to have a lot of sales in your game if the entire theme of your game is LGBTQ stuff. Borderlands 2 has representation. Here's Dead Cells, which they just announced the development was ceasing on that, so it still has like 3,000 people from the past couple days. Borderlands 3 still doing pretty good. I would say Borderlands 2 and 3 pretty great in that they just constantly have people playing them still. It's a great game to play. Darkest Dungeon may have some, it at least has representations of people with severe mental trauma, which that probably should be included in the plus. Duel Links way lower than Master Duel, which I didn't really remember that Duel Links had actually come to PC. Yeah, I'd have to rack my brain to think, is there even a major game that is just all about LGBTQ? Because, yeah, there just aren't games like that. There aren't, like, games where a character is all about being heterosexual and just the majority either. because that would be a dumb premise to make a video game around. It would come off like one of those indie games that focuses way too much on one premise and does nothing else. Well, I went to 500 games, and there is, of the top 500 games, there not a single game that is just super focused around LGBTQ+. Overwatch 2 is about the closest game that I would say is about characters that are LGBTQ+, but still, even in that, that's not really what Overwatch 2 is about. It's a team-based shooter game, first and foremost. And there really isn't a single just not LGBTQ super focused game. Baldur's Gate lets you play one way or the other, and so Baldur's Gate 3 almost certainly wins the highest ranking of a game where you could play one way or the other as far as your orientation and your status, your origin, your race. But yeah, there aren't games where it's a black man's experience throughout something. There was like one game like that, and it didn't sell particularly well a few years ago. Anyways, moving on. If my chart is to be believed, we've seen a major jump in Apex Legends, getting it back almost to a peak of November 1st, 2023. And so maybe there was a new patch or something that brought a bunch of people back, or maybe this is a case where a lot of people have fallen off of playing Palworld and they're now going back to Apex Legends. I'm also seeing Helldivers 2 climbing up from its launch, and generally otherwise we're seeing fairly stationary data for most of the games, slightly trending downward, but just by a little. And then that's going to bring us to video game news in a second, and we're going to try and make clips and hope that my macro works this time, my programming works this time, and so we'll have clips up for this video. But I think the next thing here is actually Steam, so the pages got out of order somehow, and we'll play our game to see how far do we have to go before we see Palworld, which still seems like it's big enough. Steam Remote Play Together Fest. This is definitely a feature that I don't think a lot of people know exists. There are definitely some advantages to that, where you can have two people playing together from across the world, across the country. I don't know how often that really comes up. It implies that somebody would either be living apart, but you still care about them, or that you're commuting. And in the commuting aspect, if you were, say, moving several states in the United States for weeks and weeks, or if you're working on like an oil rig off the coast of the United States for weeks, you probably are going to be so tired due to the extra commuting that the remote play together is not likely to be your first thought. Thirsty Suitors is a major game here on the front page that I believe is LGBTQ+. Let's look at that. In fact, how many of these games? It Takes Two is kind of heteronormative, is the phrase. Haven, I think, is actually rather heteronormative. Apex Legends, though, I think has some representation. So if we look at Steam's front page, maybe there would be a little bit of a difference there compared to what people are actually playing. Yakuza 0, I think, is fairly heteronormative unless you include Asians as minorities, and then it isn't in your LGBT plus. This almost certainly has some representation, even if they are anthropomorphic animals. And Palworld, we had to click here to find Palworld, so Palworld's still not really every time showing up. The new and trending is Lara Croft, which I probably doesn't have a lot of representation that anybody wants. This game, did I get this game on the wish list? So looking at the things above the fold, yeah, nothing super representative, which is not super surprising. Right. So this game, which is supposed to be the Philips CDI Zelda clone, actually is getting 100% positive reviews. Interesting. I thought it was just a gimmick, and I guess that's why it never got on the fall list, although very possibly I also just skipped it, missed it. Thirsty Suitors is tagged LGBTQ+, and almost certainly that is how GLAAD made their listing, is that they just looked for this tag and did not perhaps look for this tag or even eliminate things that are not tag story rich to get really a unrepresentative number. Yeah, this is a game that came out November 2nd, 2023, and definitely was missing coverage. Deserved more coverage, I think. Yeah, it looks rather interesting. Do I have any reason to make a YouTube short for it now? You know what? I'm gonna do it anyways, even if I already have. And then Lightphobe, it's just a new game, it's just out of the water. That's not one I just opened. Right. So that messed up the banner somewhat, but whatever. Let's make the clips and then we'll be done for today. We may have a little bit more news today. We're already going later. These episodes are just getting later and later, and that always happens. But I bet most of this news I don't really want to say anything more about. Forza Motorsport's latest update adds the Nürburgring Nordschleife track, if I pronounced that correctly. Square Enix is planning to improve Final Fantasy VII's Rebirth's visuals. Arrowhead is staffing up after Helldivers 2's success to beef up its content plans. Xbox's February update adds touch controls and remote play. Interesting. So it does seem like this might be a hint towards that idea that a Xbox Steam Deck equivalent might be on its way, although it may very well be closer to something like a Nintendo Switch Lite, in that there just won't be any attachable or attached buttons, and it then would just be a tablet screen, which I don't, you would just have to put really good hardware in a tablet to justify selling a tablet that then could not run Android or iPad, iOS, or Windows PC. Yeah, you pretty much have to develop a whole new interface and put a lot of polish into it. And so I think it would take a while. And I definitely don't want to play any game with just touch controls. This is crazy that your analog sticks would be here, and then your left trigger and left bump, and right trigger and right bump. I would expect something better, even if the assumption here is that you would carry an Xbox controller with you while looking at the tablet screen. February's PlayStation Plus game catalog and classic titles have been revealed. The Pokemon Center pop-up store is returning to London in April. Seems like the pop-up store appears fairly frequently. Sony wants to improve PlayStation profit margins with more aggressive PC release strategy. The latest Princess Peach Showtime trailer reveals 4 more transformations. Fans think Sea of Thieves' latest tweet is hinting at a PlayStation and Switch ports. That would make a lot of sense. Yoshitaka Murayama, creator of Tsukyodin and Iodin Chronicle, has died. PlayStation's new chairman says its studios needs to improve when it comes to business. Silent Hill 2's latest trailer does not reflect the spirit of the game, according to the Bloober team president. Sony expects PS5 sales to decline, no existing major franchise titles before April of 2025. PlayStation has filed a trademark for Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet. Flight Simulator leaves Earth for the first time with a free Dune expansion. This is to line up with the second part of the Dune movie. Playdate is back in stock and now shipping to 22 new countries. Panic has said the handheld has sold over 70,000 units, which is actually probably a pathetically small amount of units. Not bad if you were just making a product to sell to like game console collectors, Game Boy collectors, but not even hitting 100,000 and trying to be a low-tier fourth competitor to Nintendo and Sony and Microsoft. That's pathetically low numbers. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered has a warning about racial and ethnic stereotypes. Dead Island 2 gets a Steam release date, and Dead Island Riptide is currently free. January's top PlayStation Store downloads have been revealed. New releases like Tekken 8 can't dethrone familiar faces, including Call of Duty and GTA. Video Games Chronicle not doing a good job really making a list that I could see. Sony has reportedly Rise of the Ronins release in South Korea. 2K has revealed most of the 21 matches in WWE 2K24 Showcase mode. It was a, quote, truly awful idea to spend $125 million on Immortals of Avium, the former developer says. Helldivers 2's new PC update targets server capacity and progression issues. Now I guess the question here is, how do I take a break when I'm going through the clips? And I guess I just should be able to take a break and drink some water at this point. It's a more rigid purpose, certainly, making the clips than just reading the headlines, instead of just reading the headlines and then potentially trying to add some commentary to it. It's easier on me as far as being creative. It's harder on me as far as it then locks me into being within that rigid way of doing things. And eventually, there's a danger that I will just be like your average local news reporter who is just reading something off a teleprompter and putting no thought into what's being said at all. Although, in fairness, your local news reporter should just be reading what's on the screen and not throwing in his own opinions. If he is going to throw in an opinion, it should be in the form of an editorial or an opinion piece. And it should be better thought out than just a single sentence or remark. Xbox will reportedly bring Hi-Fi Rush and Pentiment to the rival consoles first. Nvidia's market value has surpassed Amazon's. Microsoft's big Xbox business update is coming on Thursday. So we have like one more day for the big announcement. I'll stream on Friday. We'll know what the big announcement finally is, if it actually says anything of importance. I imagine a lot of it is just going to be teasers and trailers that were already planned, and then there'll be just like one maybe extra announcement at the beginning and maybe an extra announcement at the end. So that should bring us to Gematsu articles now. PlayStation Plus game catalog and classics lineup for February 2024 have been announced. And Gematsu will give us a list. Here I can scroll down fairly quickly. Nothing particularly important to mention there. Like Lego Worlds is, in my opinion, a pretty bad Lego game. Outer Worlds was well received, but has not kept an audience long enough to be relevant at the moment. If they announced an Outer Worlds 2, then I think the audience may come back. Certainly. Rhythm platformer Crimson launches March 21st for all consoles and PC. And the rigidness of reading the headlines does get counteracted when we start going through the Gematsu articles in particular and start finding new games that potentially deserve YouTube shorts to be made about them. A roguelike deck builder, The World According to Girl, is coming to Xbox One and Series and Switch on February 15th. This came out in 2022. This one's already on my wish list. I'd say the art feels a little rough. It does seem a little bit weird to have a deck builder around this kind of art style. 70% positive. It's not quite high enough to make me jump at it. Yep. But I'll leave it on the wish list. Outcast: A New Beginning demo is now available. The full game is due out on March 15th. So, arguably, I should make another YouTube short around this. Inherently, the YouTube shorts are still this very weird thing where I'm just making way too many of them and just kind of flooding YouTube with them. But it also seems like that kind of works. So, and I haven't had anybody sing the praises of my YouTube shorts, and I haven't had anybody sing the condemnation of my YouTube shorts, so I've not gotten any feedback one way or the other. Princess Peach Showtime Transformations Act 2 trailer and screenshots are available. Ys 10 Nordics is coming to the West this fall for PS4 and 5, Switch, and PC. Do we have a Steam link? Yes, we do. You do have a weird thing with the article with the GLAAD saying representation is going down. If it is generally the case that the new generation of people don't want romance in their games at all, or in their forms of entertainment at all, we may just have a demand that grows where video games increasingly have characters that are either platonic or asexual in their relationships, and that would only further decrease knowing whatever character is LGBTQ+. Like in this game, you see a male and female character. For all I know, they're platonic friends. For all I know, they're brother and sister. For all I know, they're heterosexual lovers. For all I know, they're both transgendered. Or bi. Like, if you're not really talking about those topics, then by default, GLAAD is going to say that this would be a heteronormative game. And I think those topics are just increasingly, for the better, moving away from being propagandized in forms of entertainment into being just private decisions that everybody feels safe and accepted to make between in their bedroom between their friends and their lovers. Moving on with the clips, though, I'm gonna keep going back to that article if I'm not careful. I also have to be careful here that I don't want to imply that I'm just anti-LGBTQ+. It's the exact opposite. I'm just trying to be as fair and realistic about it and not be on the side of a lobbyist group that has to claim it's just always getting worse so they can get more donations. Anyways, moving on. Hookah Haze Adventure Park trailer. This is a hookah lounge visual novel due out in 2024. I don't recall seeing this, but pretty obviously I did. Talk about a niche. Certainly, running a hookah lounge. Suikoden creator Yoshitaka Murayama has died. Here's yet another more appropriate picture for an obituary. DNF Duel DLC character Monk has been announced. Voice Love on Air for PC launches March 14th. Switch version due out at a later date. This is clearly a boys love visual novel, so get guy on guy yaoi game. So definitely some representation there. And that's kind of a great example of a visual novel, like all visual novels, that just will not get any coverage from your average mainstream video game journalist in the West. So thank goodness Gamatsu just puts out every press release that gets put out, and inherently some companies actually do put out press releases and get in touch with Gamatsu. Sony Interactive Entertainment will not release any new major existing franchise titles before March 31st, 2025. Famitsu review scores for issue 1837 are available. Let's see what those were. Mario vs. Donkey Kong getting 32 out of 40. Shinchan Shiro of Coal Town getting 33 out of 40, beating Mario. And then Yohani the Parthenion Numazu in the Mirage getting 31 out of 40. PS5 shipments top 54.8 million. Marvel Spider-Man 2 sales top 10 million. A romance visual novel 7 Days is coming to the Switch in 2024 in Japan. This is probably a straight romance or harem romance. And at a certain point, if you want to expand LGBTQ plus, like multiple partners probably should be in the plus. 3-sums, 4-sums, 5-sums, orgies. Overall, even if it is just romantic multiple partners, but it's always one-on-one between the main male protagonist and the others, and the female. But yeah, also, most pride organizations try not to really focus or include those groups or mention those groups, because that's just a little too far to get your average person to accept, because it dangerously then goes to, if you can have a threesome and a three-way throuple relationship, which throuple I guess would be the word to use for a relationship, then shouldn't you be able to have a throuple marriage where all 3 people are married to each other, which that's bigamy, and there's no real interest in addressing bigamy or de-outlawing, removing bigamy laws that already exist. Yeah, and that may very well be a fight for another day. This game, 7 Days, is rated very positively, 97% positive. And it was released on Steam in 2019. 7 Days being seemingly a direct reference to the Ring character in the horror movie The Ring, where a phone call rings and you hear 7 days, and then creepy girl crawls out of the TV. Here's your creepy girl with long black hair, or their twist on it. Moving on. Is it wrong to try and pick up Girls in a Dungeon? Familia Myth Battle Chronicle for PS4 and 5 is now available. I almost took a break there trying to read the whole really long title. Clearly this anime and manga and light novel, I think it's a light novel with a title that long, is still going on, and if I look in the background here, there are quite a lot of extra characters that seem to have been added to the cast and crew. So it does seem like the general idea is that he is just growing in his group of friends. Alright, next clip. Sony Interactive Entertainment trademarks Intergalactic the Herodic Prophet in the United States. Update also Europe and Australia. So pretty obvious that there's going to be a game by that name. A co-op fantasy survival adventure game, To the Star, has been announced for PC. Okay, this looks kind of polished. This is kind of a great example where you can make a fairly polished looking survival game and maybe you don't really have to advertise it. And maybe if you did advertise it more, maybe you'd get more attention and more sales. Sons of the Forest launches February 22nd. It's currently in early access, so I'll make a YouTube short on this. Dead Island 2 is coming to Steam on April 22nd. At a certain level, I kind of like the idea of also being able to just take a pause and go silent. It's probably terrible for YouTube content creation, but I like the idea of going silent to just take a breath in between the clips when needed, not in between every clip. The other thought though would be to try and figure out a way to make the YouTube Shorts while live streaming this way. Like, I don't want to make extra live streams and make the YouTube Shorts, but would there be possibly a way to make the action of making YouTube Shorts work? I would have to do a lot of work to get it to work, at least, but it is certainly a thought. Right now I'm having the creation of the shorts be kind of an exclusive on my Twitch channel, which is not going to get me any views on Twitch, I'm sure, but yeah, I don't know if adding an extra hour or two at the end of these streams makes any sense at all. They're already way too long. Yeah. But yeah, having everything be in the same step and forcing myself to commit to doing the steps at the same time on a more rigid schedule is something I would appreciate if I could just be more efficient and more consistent in my efficiency. Anyways, moving on to clips. Neptunia Sister vs. Sisters for Xbox One series has been delayed to May 21st. I'm pretty sure this game is on Steam. Yep. It's on my wish list. Rated pretty positively overall. Triggerheart Excelia for Switch has a Western physical editions being detailed. Blade Prince Academy launches March 7th for PC. I haven't seen this game before as far as I can tell, and it's not on the fall list, so I would assume that's the case. So somehow I overlooked this game. Unicorn Overlord's Yosef's Guide to Training trailer is available. Splatoon 3's DLC Expansion Pass Side Order overview trailer details and screenshots are available on Gamatsu. Yeah. I really wish there was a way to get into playing the story single player experience of Splatoon 1, 2, and 3, but I don't think there really is, which is going to be a shame. At a certain level, what I want Splatoon to be is not what most people I imagine want it to be and what Nintendo wants it to be. I want it to be a single player story first, telling me about the Squid Kids and their adventures, and then multiplayer just to be kind of the side afterthought, which doesn't even really make sense based on how much the game is integrated into the fighting styles and shooting of the multiplayer. Capcom Platinum title sales are updated as of December 31st, 2023 on Gamatsu. So this is the last list of games that have sold lots of numbers. It's probably not worth really going through this list this month, though. Yeah, the list is getting longer, certainly, as far as things that have sold over 1 million. So, but the list will just get longer as they release more games or re-release more games. Moving on. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink shipments and digital sales have topped 1 million. A little artwork to celebrate that. The Thaumaturge for PC has been delayed to March 4th. Just want to double check to make sure we have this on the follow list, but I'm not going to make a YouTube short for something that's been delayed. I'm not going to... I could see myself doing that, but I think punishing those games are probably the most deserving of getting less coverage. And I already have way too many shorts getting made and released anyways. There needs to be some way for me to figure out how to have 3 or 4 games in one YouTube short, and I just don't think that works for the search engine optimization in the titles. Xbox's official podcast special edition has been set for February 15th, featuring Xbox business updates. This story has been updated. So what's the update? According to a new report, The Verge sources familiar with Microsoft's plans have said that the company is planning a selected number of games on rival platforms such as the PS5 and Switch. The first 2 games reportedly to rival platforms are Hi-Fi Rush and Pentiment, with Sea of Thieves planned for later this year, and other first-party titles are also under consideration. You know, I almost wonder if the decision to go third-party and go to multi-platform for some games maybe irritated a few hardcore loyalists to Microsoft inside of Xbox's divisions. Maybe some people, even Major Nelson maybe, left the company based on that decision. That would be kind of weird and ridiculous. And I would hope that they would all be adults and have more of a logical argument than they just are Xbox fanboys and feel like all the games should be exclusive to Xbox. I suspect that's probably not the case. I would be really surprised if even one person actually quit or was let go because they were standing in the way of Xbox games going multi-platform. It's not like they haven't been multi-platform with PC for a long time, and almost certainly some of the games have been multi-platform on Nintendo Switch. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple have already been multi-platform on the PS5. Moving on. Girl Genius Adventures in Castle Heterodome for Switch launches April 3rd. We already talked about this, which means I think this is going to be a case where probably don't need to open any more tabs of the games being mentioned, and I can just burn through the rest of the Gamatsu things, and I should really just fix my Gamatsu. Man, this is taking forever to load. I should fix the Gamatsu macro so it doesn't hit that point. Yeah, this is already on my wish list. So I'm going to just assume all the articles past this point. I will benefit from making clips on it this time because I didn't make clips on it last stream because the programming broke. But I do need to fix it and hit a point here where I shouldn't be going this far back. Alright, let's go through this quickly. Shiren the Wanderer, the mystery dungeon of Serpent Coil Island, details peach bun and monsters. The open world camper van exploration game Outbound has been announced for PC. Nintendo 64 style collectathon platformer Cavern of Dreams is coming to the Switch on February 29th. What the Golf is coming to the PS4 and 5 on March 14th. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yabai Sweeper of the Board game overview trailer is available on Gamatsu. I heard a story that somebody got a full-on DMCA takedown notice, copyright strike, because apparently they were doing a full playthrough of one of the Demon Slayer games, not this board game, and what seems to be labeled as ghost foot sound effect is probably the exact same ghost foot sound effect that's in the anime, and Sony seemingly is doing DMCA strikes for the usage of foot sound effects, which seems ridiculous for that to be it, unless there is a song actually in the game called Ghost Foot Sound. But yeah, that does imply to me that it's probably too dangerous to play anything Demon no Yatsubai. In fairness, it probably is too dangerous to play anything that is anime related. So even playing like the Dragon Ball Z fighter game, which I did purchase and plan on playing at some point, it might be fairly dangerous to even play and cover those. Yeah, anything anime, the Japanese companies are definitely trying to take clips down or entire videos down, entire seasons and episodes down. But yeah, getting a DMCA strike and potentially having your channel deleted over a sound effect of a ghost foot sound is ridiculous. And I would definitely argue that a small sound effect, which I assume is what it is not something that should have been copyrighted in its individuality at all. It could be part of a larger whole. So if they were going to take down somebody's video because you put the entire episode of a Demon Slayer series on YouTube, then you should take it down for the matching content of the entire episode. That's how I feel fair use should work. Now, that very possibly is not how fair use works in the United States or Japan, but we are way past the point where the way the spirit of fair use should work should be much closer to the way the laws are written. And honestly, we have a problem overall as far as copyright and copyright laws, and that they need to be written better or possibly stripped down to a bare minimum. Anyways, moving on. Earth Defense Force 6 has been delayed to the summer in the West. Turbo Golf Racing launches in Q2 of 2024 for the PS5, Xbox One, and Series and PC. A co-op hack-and-slash action game, Go Fight Fantastic for PC, launches March 26. Sword of the Necromancer 3D remake Sword of the Necromancer Resurrection has been announced for all consoles and PC. This was a very weird remake in that it's like completely changing the visuals from being 2D to being 3D, or at least it seems like that's what it's doing. Or maybe it's a case that Sword of the Necromancer 3D is actually the third game in a series. Moving on. Silent Hill: The Shortened Message tops 2 million downloads. This week's Japanese game releases are Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Skull and Bones, and more. Certain Affinity is co-developing Exodus. Hideo Kojima on the decision to develop Physant was that he realized people die. I assume he's joking about him dying eventually. Mecha Girl action game Doll's Nest launches in 2024. Shin-Chan Shiro of Coal Town second trailer is available on Gamatsu. Street Fighter 6 DLC character Ed trailer, details and screenshots. That's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com. I still haven't changed the macro to really include clips from GameDeveloper.com, but I definitely don't feel like there's a reason to not include clips once I get everything working fairly well. PlayStation chairman says the company needs more aggressive PC approach. Sony has no major franchise games releasing for 2024 to 2025. An updated Blackbird confirms staff layoffs after scrapped projects. So who's Blackbird? Homeworld 3 developer Blackbird Interactive. Okay, moving on. Obituary EU-Din creator and Suikoden creator Yoshitaka Murayama has passed away. Seems like GameDeveloper.com has changed their image, or maybe it was Video Games Chronicle that was using the image before. Definitely would have made more sense to not use that image. That pot on head, towel around neck like a superhero cape. Not appropriate in an obituary. PS5 hardware sales hit a quarterly high, but that isn't good enough for Sony. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 tops 10 million sales in under 4 months. Every game has the community it deserves is an opinion piece, apparently. That's that kind of paranoid gaslighting mentality, certainly, that you can try and promote. Apparently this is a repost of somebody else's website's article. I don't think that's true at all, though. There's got to be at least a few examples of games having really good communities that they don't deserve, and then there's got to be almost certainly some examples of video games that have really bad communities that they don't deserve, at least for short terms. Maybe you could, I mean, there's always just going to be exceptions, and a lot of game developers just don't do anything to encourage or discourage their communities. And then I guess there's a lot of games that just don't really need or have communities. People who play Tetris, for instance, the vast majority of people who play Tetris are not going to be part of a Tetris like speedrunning community or a Tetris gamers community in general. And that's going to be the case for most games, is that the hardcore fans are going to consider themselves the community, not the average gamer. Cracking the Cryptic's community is probably a great example of that, in that his community of Sudoku fans are the hardcore Sudoku solvers who want ever increasingly difficult puzzles to be displayed, whereas the average gamer who wants to try and do a Sudoku puzzle probably is nowhere close to that community, and that should be the community that Cracking the Cryptic tries to reach out to as best as they can. I only have about 6 or 7 more articles, so I can be done really quick if I just stop derailing and having something to say, but in fairness, I'm saying things that are at least good commentary, or decent commentary. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink sells 1 million copies in 2 weeks. The D&D owner Hasbro has made $90 million from Baldur's Gate 3. Developers appear to be featuring fewer LGBT characters in games. Zeekers warns that the Lethal Company's mobile game is, quote, likely a scam. The subheadline is "Be advised against the phone version of Lethal Company going around on mobile app stores." Zeekers, I suppose, is the developer of the game, Lethal Company. Lethal Company in general seems to be fairly popular still on Steam. Panic fulfills the Playdate pre-orders and begins shipping to Malaysia. MTG agrees to sell Congregate to the Texas studio Monumental. STJV union claims that Don't Nod mismanagement is causing staff burnout. And Archetype brings in certain affinity to co-develop its debut game, Exodus. Okay. So that is it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.